Well, a very good morning once again, viewers. Doesn't seem like all that long ago that we were with you, but we're back again. Finals day. Two big games in store today in the conclusion of Season 3 of the New South Wales TAB Platinum Pennant. Live and exclusive coverage all throughout today. So sit back, relax, and we have two fantastic games to bring you, starting off with that matchup on screen. Warilla Gorillas, led by 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗡𝗓, up against the Cabramatta Bullants and their skip, 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗡. My name is Lee Stinson, and once again, joining me in commentary this morning, Jason Pinnock, alongside Bowls Australia head coach Gary Willis. First of all to you, Gaz, of course, being a Cabramatta member yourself, we'll get you from their perspective. Two good wins for the Bullants yesterday. They should be nice and confident leading into what is another do-or-die match for them this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. And good morning, everybody. Totally neutral, Lee. Totally neutral me today. So I'll just sit on the fence, enjoy good bowls, as Jason and I often do, sit on the fence. But no, it should be a fantastic game. Lots of experience. As Jason said yesterday, Cabramatta have been quiet through the season. They haven't really, hit their straps, I don't think. So it'll be interesting to see how they go. They've managed to get themselves into this in this major semi, so we'll see what unfolds and see what more they can bring this morning.
And Jason, from a Gorillas perspective, one win, one loss. You see there on the draw how they fared yesterday. I'm sure they're keen to try and make their third consecutive grand final.
Yeah, absolutely, Lee. A harsh loss just last night against the home team. They were in the game for a long way, didn't they? They really pushed Raymond Terrace. So I think Warilla would have learned a lot about themselves, plus the surface last night. Probably got some inside info on how to get over the Raymond Terrace Jets. But first things first, we've got to get past this powerhouse Cabramatta, who are on 2 wins in a row now. Warilla got to bounce back from their loss last night. We do know that their squad's got it in them. It's just a matter of how they deliver today. So
absolutely, you see, yeah, perfect. You see Raymond Terrace already in the grand final, and of course they'll meet the winner of today's games. We bring you our team list for today. And Gazza, take us away with the Bullants squad.
On the show rink today, we've got 𝗣𝗟𝗑𝗓𝗓 leading up. Australian 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓, recently put into that top 10 squad. Ben Moorthorpe, the greenkeeper and bowls manager at Cabramatta Bowls Club. Karen Murphy, the legend, 660 games or something for Australia. Unbelievable record. 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓, world champion. Jamie Lee Warsnop, Australian 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓. Jack Smith, current club singles champion and state champion. Jack Lewis, a couple of state titles for Jack Lewis. Aaron Wilson, the legend, the man, the dual gold medalist in singles Commonwealth Games. Michael Phillips, James Reynolds, Jay Bruce and Nick Cahill round out the squad for Cabramatta. Pretty impressive.
And Jason, your turn with their opposition from Warilla.
Yes, and on our live stream rink this morning, we have leading up one of their marquee players, Chris Rosanis. Second, Corey Thompson, come across from Albion Park this year he has, and to get a run with Warilla, which is good to see. Their second fly-in player or marquee player, Des Cairn, and obviously 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓, we know all about his resume. Should be a great matchup, this live stream game. In the second ring, Jamie Mitchell leading up. He's back in after a slight little issue in second game last night, but he's back and fit, so that's a big boost for Warilla, I think, there. Aaron Spears, Travis Moran, and of course, Corey Wedlock. We don't need to go into his resume. Everyone knows about him. Brilliant side. And the last ring, Jesse Narona leading up with Craig Roberts, Luke Jones and Gary Kelly. We saw them last night. Pretty good combination. Looking forward to this. There's just superstars all round.
Absolutely, gents. Great wrap-up of those two teams. And as they conclude their trial ends, I caught up just a few minutes ago with our competing skips, 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓 and 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓. And we're here with our two skips in front of this huge preliminary final for the second berth in our grand final this afternoon. And first of all, from the Cabramatta Bullants, we introduce 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓. And Carl has been knockout all the way for your side, and much the same for the rest of today, hopefully for your rink.
Yeah, well, backs are against the wall. You know, you have to win to progress through. So we're doing the job we need to do. You just have to keep that momentum going.
And you've gone in spurts throughout the course of the year. Quite a few wins early, a little bit of a tough spot throughout the middle of the season and come home strong. You're just hoping to ride that wave all the way through today?
Yeah, for sure. It's a testament to the competition. All the really strong sides in here. It's hard to go through unscathed. Raymond Terrace are going pretty good at it at the moment, but whichever side makes the final here today are going to give them a really good show.
Obviously, there's been plenty of battles over the last 4 or 5 years against these Warilla Gorillas. What do you take out of some of the wins that you've had, and also things where you might need to improve on any of those losses previously?
Well, you're always up for a challenge with the Gorillas. We're on probably one of the most challenging decks in bowls history, and I suppose it's just about who gets control of the deck first. But they're a classy side, and it's going to be a really good tussle.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, Carl. We'll let you continue on with your preparations, and best of luck to your bull ants. As we now welcome in from the Warilla Gorillas, his opposing skip in Aaron Tees. And for you, Aaron, it was a mixed day yesterday. You got the win in the morning against St John's Park, but just narrowly defeated against the home side Jets. What did you take out of yesterday's two performances?
It was a little bit of get out of jail free against Warilla Saints. They nearly had us on toast. I think they were 9 up, late play, and 2 down on each rink, I think. And Gaz played a bomb, Chrissy Roseanne's, after I swapped. He went to skip, he played a bomb, and Neckles played a bomb. So, we got out of jail there. We were quite lucky. And then started off really well against Raymond Terrace. So might have stuck a little bit of fear in them, but then they were just too classy in the end. They know these rinks like the back of their hand, and they were just waiting to do it.
An interesting setup with your rink here today. The two marquee players, often we see them playing in that skips position for the majority of the clubs, but you've got both the marquees in your specific rink.
Yeah, well, when you start off 0-5, you got to get everything you can. I couldn't win a game, so I thought I'm taking both of them, and I'm trying to get a bloody win.
And obviously, I'm sure, big game this morning, everyone wants to win, but you'd love to have another crack at the home team Jets here later on this afternoon in the grand final.
I would. I'd love nothing more to have another crack at the Jets and probably get another runner-up. That'd be great. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, Aaron. Best of luck to your Gorillas here this morning. There's our two skips, and we're about to get underway in end number 1 of this preliminary final. We thank our two opposing skips for their time ahead of today's game. And as you see, play is underway in number 1. Those 2 white bowls belonging to 𝗣𝗟𝗑𝗓, and here's the second delivery for Chris Roseanne's. It's making its way through, and gents, if this is the closest of the heads on end number 1, we should be in for a cracking game this morning.
Yeah, what a start from 𝗣𝗟𝗑𝗓. Bang, bang, straight away, all over it. Chris Roseanne's not very far away, but he's 2 down, and just as you say, Lee, a great start, and what could be an amazing match.
And Jace, these sides met quite often in Platinum Pennant, but we'll see here on screen in a moment the last time they met earlier on this season. That was a Cabramatta home game, and it went the way of the Bullants.
Yeah, big win there. So definitely, I think the Bullants can take a lot of confidence out of that. Obviously, we're at a different venue today, but when you get wins like that against an opposition like this, you don't forget them, and you might even remind them about it once or twice during the game as well.
So these sides have met on 4 occasions now throughout the course of Platinum Pennant play. Most famously, of course, in the Season 1 Grand Final. And that game we just showed on screen was actually the first time that the home team had the win. Cabramatta got the better of Warilla at Warilla in Season 1 during the regular rounds, and again on the Grand Final. In Season 2, it was a Cabramatta turn to host, and Warilla got the win in Sydney on that occasion. So they've had plenty of battles, and Gary, of course, as we said, part of that squad that won Season 1 for Cabra. You know the clubs so well. They seem to be at the pointy end of a lot of these team events, both in Pennant and those 4- and 5-a-side competitions around the country as well, these two clubs.
Yeah, they are, and there's a reason for that. You just got to look at their squad lists, and there's a lot of people that we all know. The names are pretty well known in the Cabramatta team, but when you have a look at the Warilla team, there's a lot of players that for bowlers that have been around for a lot of years, know they are good performers. And I talk about people, you know, like the Aaron Spears and the Jamie Mitchells, these sorts of people, their front end, their engine rooms, they're really, really strong players, really, really good players, and been around for a long time, lots of experience, lots of big match experience. They've played a lot with the best players in the world, the Jeremy Henrys, the Leif Selbys, all those sorts of people. So they've learned off these people as well. And I think that's the thing about today, is those engine rooms for both teams are going to be so important to set these matches up. So whoever can fire is going to grab this game. So it's going to be interesting to see that battle up front, the leads and seconds, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. As our 2/3 on the map, you just saw that bowl just play up a little short from Karen Murphy and her opposing player. 𝗣𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗡𝗟𝗏, as you mentioned earlier, one of their marquee players, plies his trade in the Brisbane area of Queensland, and his second full season in Platinum Pennant for the Gorillas. Quality player, and as we saw from our vantage point last night, Jace, pretty quick drive on him, Des, so we might be in for a couple of those, depending on how the game plays out this morning.
Tell you what, I wouldn't mind a speed camera put on his drives. I wonder if someone's ever going to design that. I think it's been said for quite a few years. Let's get a speed camera on some of these drives. It's a new initiative to bring it in the game.
Absolutely. He'll have to be careful, Des, especially if it gets to a double demerits weekend. I think he'll go over with those drives.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be parking my car behind this rink. There's a couple behind there. I would feel safe.
Karen just trying to get around that bowl with that significant bend, cuts it across with that perfect weight. It just fades all the way across there as the bowl slows down. And already some fantastic viewing numbers joining us this morning. Big thanks to everyone for tuning in. I'm sure many of you were with us for 2 cracking games yesterday, and we hope you enjoy the coverage today as Can tries to draw in under with that extra turn.
Great
Very
shot.
good bowl.
He drops in, and the white bowler 𝗣𝗟𝗑𝗘 drops out. I think he's done enough to nice shot there at the moment for the Gorillas.
Yeah, he's a quality player, 𝗣𝗟𝗓𝗡. Pace will suit him. He knows how to take his grass. The same with Chris Rosanes. He knows how to take his grass. He comes off Pine River's carpet, which is a very quick surface, so that'll play into their hands. It should suit them well.
Cabramatta skip Carl Healy, current Australian Jackaroo, 2-time world champion in 2023 in the triples and fours disciplines, as well as winning a silver medal at the most recent Commonwealth Games in Birmingham.
Yeah, he's pointed this pretty well too, I've got to say. Oh,
that is all but. That's a pretty good starting bowl to work your way into the game, and forces Aaron to the opposite side of the rink. And of course, these two were teammates, Gary, in winning that World Championship fours gold medal a few years ago now.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, combined really well, that 4. Along with Corey Wedlock and Aaron Sheriff.
It's not a bad fours rink. You did well selecting that team.
Teasy, very good shot. So,
I've
got
got the pen ready for our dead end count, gentlemen. I don't think Carl's going to be mucking around with this. As you see, Aaron's bowl come off the forehand side. His teammate's bowl, half of that, and rolled in. And you've played a bit with Carl, Gary, one of the best forehand drives in the business.
Yeah, he has had a good forehand smack over the years. Not afraid to use it. It's probably not the weight he normally plays. On his backhand, he's close. A bowl out.
Just picks one on its own. So still one there for Warilla. And see a very careful attempt, I'm sure, coming from Aaron Tees with those white bowls against him on either side of the green.
It's really interesting, isn't it, fellas? Last night we had most players really struggle on this forehand coming down. Teesy straight away has jumped on it and played an absolute ripper. So hopefully that's a sign of things to come from Teesy as well.
Probably seems ever so slightly kinder this side of the green in the direction of play currently. forehand this way just looks a little kinder, and every green has its better ways to find the centre of the rink, and I think it's the forehand rather than the opposite backhand. So first score here on our stream game goes in favour of the Gorillas. 1-0. However, it is Cabramatta who have started well on the adjoining rinks. 2 shots there for the Aaron Wilson rink, as well as the same score for Nick Cale.
Interesting length choice. Warilla are really stretching that out, aren't they, early on?
Yeah, I think that'll happen more often than not with these the quality and standard of these players, Jace. They'll stretch it right out, test each other out early. That's always the go-to. It's the way that you test a person out. You test their techniques out.
Yep.
And just see where everybody's at. I think one of the big things here too, another mention, I know, great shot, Chris Rosanes, great shot. Another good start. A big thing that happened last night was the rotation of Karen Murphy into the skips role for Carl Healy last night. Apparently, from all reports, that absolutely turned the game around, and Karen Murphy was on fire last night. So I have known Karen for a long time. We've known each other since we're about 14 years of age, and this surface, even though, she's, what would you say, semi-retired. Well, she's not playing international bowls, but she probably still could. But she's still playing really well. But this pace, knowing her for such a long time, is her pace. And that played out last night. So I'd be interested to see how she goes again today. But apparently she was absolutely phenomenal last night. So.
Just on that too, Gary, would there have been any thought whatsoever, if that worked well in the second half of the game, to start that way in today's fixture? Or?
I did ask the question, Lee. I did ask the question, but there was a few shrugged shoulders out there. So another good shot here. Well, that's absolutely brilliant.
Sensational lead bowling.
Chris Rosanes, did ask the question, Lee, so there wasn't any answers given, so I think it's maybe one they're keeping up their sleeve. If it goes pear-shaped again, then they'll bring Kaz in to take control of the ship, so it certainly worked for them last night. They were pretty much 10 behind majority of the game until about 40 ends or something, I think it was, and then once they made that change, the Nick Cahill rink turned around, as did the Karen Murphy rink. Another good shot from 𝗣𝗟𝗘𝗡𝗏 too. What 4 outstanding bowls over this distance on this surface.
We wouldn't expect anything less at Platinum Pennant qualifying final. Is that what this is?
Preliminary
final. Sorry, yeah. At this level, these players don't expect anything less.
Corey Thompson just trying to get to those bowls or position, just overplayed it slightly. But you're right, Gary. We've, since coming into the commentary box, ask all these questions to the players. They've become a bit cagey with us, haven't they? They don't give us all the answers now, do they?
No. No, but I could guarantee you they'd have their plans. They would have talked about different scenarios, what we'll do if this happens, or they'll have their thought process ready to go, so they're not surprised by anything. They'll have their plans up their sleeve. So,
see Ben Moorthorpe there. You saw that big curl right at the end.
Yeah.
It's like on the old one of the greens I used to play on a bit at Orange City up above the car park. It started running pretty quick. You get the older bias bowls start turning back on themselves.
Yeah, they come back at you. Yeah.
He's out on a good line here. Thompson with his second one. Just needs to pull up somewhere in between the orange and the whites, and he's done that pretty well. Sure, his skip will be pretty happy with that position there.
You brought back a memory then, Lee. So early days when I first started bowls, I started off with double zeros when I was 12 years of age, and those things used to come back at you with a vengeance. And bent greens back in those days, so a different type of grass, and in the summer they'd go blue, and they'd dry out around the 6 foot marks and go real scaly, and it'd be 21 second, 22 second greens, and these little double zeros coming back at you. It was a nightmare, absolute nightmare. Yeah.
Morning to everyone that's jumped in. Vince Calabrese watching on from Leppington. Edward Toe, best wishes and best of luck to my home club, Cabramatta. Tune on them, and in response to that, Kerry McMartin, go Gorillas. been so close the past couple of years. Mark Rossington, as always, early in our coverage, joined in from the Philippines. Hello to you, Mark. As we watch Des just going to float past Jack-I here himself.
Yeah, they've pointed them well, haven't they? They're just that metre over. Not hard to do on this surface. We'll see a bit of that. We have spoken so much about, especially in this direction, how important dead weight is to get to the jack. You know, even a foot over, and it looks like you've missed by a mile.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we said it last night, Jace, didn't we? Let's just don't try and be too perfect. You get a bowl, start working off a metre, and then anything as you start to find your rhythm to potentially nail the jack. Karen Murphy.
The legend just knows how to get it, doesn't she? Well, good bowl.
As I said, this is her pace.
Yep.
She loves this pace. And this bowl showed it. Absolute cracker of a shot.
And
Slow-mo footage is brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah, terrific bowl.
Definitely right. She still wouldn't be out of place in an Australian jersey, would she?
No, I certainly don't think she'd let anyone down, that's for sure.
Des trying to get that same curl back in. How's his pace? Just going to slide by. Terrific attempt. Perfect line, finishing right in behind the jack.
See a comment there, Lee, too. Kerry McGregor. Good morning to Kerry and Troy. Great to see you guys on the live stream this morning, watching in.
Well, Karen's trotting after this.
Don't think she's sent this one, has she?
Missed by about 10 inches, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty poor.
That's fine effort.
Poor effort.
That's why she's not the Australian side,
Yeah,
Jace. Look at that.
Yeah, it's unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. 8 inches short.
Could it ever happen these days, Gary? Maybe not necessarily for Australia, but some of the other countries. Can you be part of a high performance, sort of set up in the back end and try and represent as well?
I haven't seen it happen yet, I don't think. Yeah, my memory's not good, but yeah, I haven't seen it happen. I'd not say it couldn't happen. Yeah, so
It'd be a lot to think about as an individual, wouldn't it? The coaching program and getting all your players set, but also getting your own mindset going.
Yeah,
it's probably a big load to take on to be someone like that.
It's a big job. There's a lot that goes into it, and yeah, it would be very hard to manage that.
Can't be like the local bush footy and be the captain coach. Halfback, goal kicker.
Yeah, well, I think there's probably not too many. When you think about it, there's probably not too many people that could pull it off, still maintain that high quality in their game and be able to coach at that level. But she's probably one that could do it. She'd be in the top three anyway.
So for Cabramatta, there goes, holding one. What do you think they're discussing at the moment?
Yeah, well, I think he's probably talking about just hanging. Yeah, see, Ben Morthorpe just put his foot there just to cover this trail. So if Teasy does happen to curl the jack around the corner, he could play a really good shot on his forehand and potentially open something up even better for Teasy. As it sits right now, it's really difficult. Aaron's got to play a perfect shot basically to get at least one or two. So. The other thing this does too, it gives Carl the ability with his last bowl, if Aaron does miss, to play a shot. So
yeah, could he try and lay that green one of Karen Murphy's down?
He could, yeah. So he could lay that down, probably get a bit of jack movement, make a 2 or a 3. So if he can just stay on, he hasn't. He's probably a good sort of metre and a half through there from what he wanted. Aaron Tees has got to play an absolutely perfect draw shot here. His weight was spot on with his first.
Is he high enough? Needs to get around the green Murphy bowl.
Tell you what, Jace.
He's close here, isn't he? That is pure class from Aaron Tees.
Well, we mentioned the opportunity that 𝗟𝗓𝗡 may have had to turn that Murphy bowl on the jack, so had to be perfect line, perfect weight. Curls that jack around. What a great angle. He didn't want to get to the middle of the green bowl. Had to be just around it. And there it is.
That's absolutely perfect.
Yep.
He had to play it perfectly. He was going to get nothing other than what he got.
𝗟𝗓𝗡 going big here.
Does he hang on to something there at the front? Oh, it's a
He's lifted
stiff
up
result
Chris
there.
Rosanna's bowl. Got his
It
own
might
out.
be a third for Warilla. So close to being on target. Millimetres away, but well, first it was Karen Murphy and second Aaron Tees. Two terrific draw shots, one for each team.
It's really interesting. We talked through that shot selection, and you'd be pretty confident if you were Cabramatta with that head.
You would have been, wouldn't you?
You've turned around and done a three. It's just amazing, the quality.
Oh, the percentages are in your favour. Let's be honest. That's not a 50-50 shot that Aaron Tees just played there.
That's a pretty good shot.
That's a maybe 1 in 12
on this
kind
surface.
Of,
On this surface,
shot.
that is a shot
1 in 15
and a half,
maybe.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Oh, that just tells me that these Warilla guys, they're definitely dialed in for this match today. Any sort of disappointment they may have been feeling after last night's loss, well, that's definitely not in the equation this morning. They're up for this challenge. I think we spoke about it off air earlier, Lee. We really know. I think the big three for Warilla, the three skippers, need to have big games today. Their time to shine if Warilla are to push through to the grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. There's 3 current international players, of course 2 Australians, one for Ireland and Gary Kelly. They'll need big games, each of those 3 players, to challenge the Bullants. But I think it was a great point that you made too, Gary, the Chris Rosanna's and Jamie Mitchell and those sort of players across the rinks as well. So even someone like Jesse Narone, who probably didn't have his greatest performance last night in the match we streamed, they'll be trying to set things up. And we know these skips can do the job for either rink if they've got the bowls there to play to.
That's it, yeah. They just need to give them something to work with. They're good enough to do it. And when I look, I really mean this, when I look at the team list, Warilla can match them right across the park with the players they got. Probably not as high profile, but I can tell you what, they're just as every bit as good if they put it together. So,
a good lead in here from 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗟𝗓 on end number 3.
Yeah, that's outstanding
Curls
again from
in
Jessie.
behind. Been a terrific addition to New South Wales in many facets, as Jessie obviously commenced a career in Queensland and made the move into New South Wales a few seasons ago and took things by storm by winning the women's state singles on her first attempt that year, and also doing...
Corey Thompson.
It's a great
What
shot.
a reply. Brilliant.
Get the opportunity to work with Jessie throughout the course of the next few days. And as we wrap up Platinum Pennant coverage here at Raymond Terrace today, and we make our way back into Sydney with our New South Wales Under-18 Junior Championships kicking off tomorrow morning, and Jessie part of that New South Wales Junior Committee. She'll have eyes across the greens looking at the next wave of stars as our selectors look to pick squads for further under-18 representation. So bowls action doesn't stop. So if you haven't had your bowls fixed by the end of today, you still have 5 more consecutive days with us here at Bowls New South Wales as we bring you the State Junior Championships from Cabramatta.
No, that's awesome. Love to see the under-18s out and about playing in that state championships. It's unearthed so much talent over the years, and a lot of players on this green have come through their under-18 systems, no matter what state they've come from. Lots of New South Wales under-18 players out here, a couple of Queensland, quite a few Queensland under-18 players out here as well. So that's the breeding ground for all the talent and the superstars of our sport.
There's a terrific photo pre-season I saw unearthed by our media team between two former Queenslanders, 𝗣𝗟𝗑𝗓𝗓 and Nick Cale, from a junior event.
Oh, they look like little babies, didn't they? Yeah, it was a good shot. Yeah, good picture.
It's a good point you make too, Gary. If you have a look at the current Jackaroos squads and emerging squad members, that probably just about every single one of them have come through a junior program of some sort. There's not too many people at that high end of our sport now that have come in at the age of 20, 21, 22. Our Jackaroos and emerging Jackaroos are products of junior programs, basically.
100%, yeah. So. And you look over the last 15 years, Jace, I think there's been some research and some numbers crunched, but there's very few people that have come from outside that system, particularly over the last 15 years. So, yeah, something we really focus on through the Pathways program, the High Performance Pathways program, state by state. And we're really, invested on focusing on juniors and bringing them through the whole system. So they're ready to go. They know what the high performance system's all about. And they're ready to play for Australia straight away, pretty much.
Yeah.
Probably not too dissimilar to other sports, right? There wouldn't be many top-level football code, whatever your sport of choice is, softball, netball, cricket, any of those. If you're at that elite international representation level, you've probably come into it, quite young and worked the way through different systems, played with and against older players as well. One of the features, of course, in our sport is that there aren't that many restricted age event for those youngsters, so they're forced into growing up quick in our sport more than a lot of others, and gets that maturity, as you see. Cabramatta one down, but they hold quite a few bowls in the area, so Karen trying to make contact with the shot bowl. Probably a good sider for her, and I heard Carl Healy in the background say that was the speed we were looking to play.
Yeah, it doesn't finish in a bad area either. She just needs to probably best result if she can get a just around 𝗣𝗟𝗑𝗓𝗓's bowl or just turn it a couple of rolls. Probably the best result for her, just to open this head up. Another pretty good shot from 𝗣𝗟𝗑𝗓𝗓 if he's got the run. Yeah. Don't think he has, but it's going to finish in a pretty difficult position, is it?
It's changed the look of that front up, hasn't it? So,
yeah, the hard thing for Cabra is going to be if they get the outside edge of the shot bowl. Obviously, it'll provide some room with Carl Healy 2 bowls to follow.
Yeah,
Karen's definitely on a tighter line.
She corrected a line. It looks better. The weight's better. It's starting to turn now, fellas.
Yeah, this is great. And what a shot. Karen Murphy.
Probably done enough to make shot and still played that really nice weight to not disturb that real number advantage that they had in the head. They'll retain the 4 of the 5 closest bowls there at the moment. Bullants, see their great angle on the replay. Look at that turn in to just miss the front. Get enough of the jack to, we believe, get it close enough to the 𝗣𝗟𝗑𝗓𝗓 bowl for shot.
Yeah, it's probably the backhand's probably the best option for 𝗣𝗟𝗓𝗓, is it?
Yes, both hands are available. He's had a good look and
forehand. Yep,
played a good one down here.
He did, yeah,
a couple of ends ago. So he's going to go back to what he knows.
Yeah, I guess the worst result for him is the outside of Karen Murphy's bowl, but he's well under that. I think he's well under the head.
Very attacking line, isn't he?
Yeah.
Seen that a bit we have here at this venue. That forehand can sometimes confuse the players. Trying to get a bowl to hold up and push in, and it just wants to swoop across there. But if you're that slightly bit out towards that black line, we've seen them can hang a little bit at times. So.
All the options there, guys. Carl Healy's going to try and get that Corey Thompson toucher. You see there right next to the black line out of this head. Can work off the orange bowl as well to get it out.
Yeah,
they hold quite a few bowls in amongst
nothing for
this.
wide. Nothing for wide. He is wide.
Yeah.
Well, does something move here onto the jack?
Well.
Does.
Yeah, there was nothing for wide with that weight that he was playing.
3 there to Cabra at the moment, a little bit outside the intended line. Gets one of his own bowls moving for the jack, and closer we get out towards this boundary peg. This is not an easy shot,
Not at all.
gents, even to get second here.
Not at all.
A really tight one there for Cabra at the moment, and two other counters. Probably a metre to a metre and a half away. Does this turn back across the boundary marker?
That's a good shot.
Tell you what, that's a very good shot. First time out there that wide on this green.
Especially for someone like Aaron, who hasn't had a go at that rink all weekend, and perhaps he had a couple of bowls out there in the roll-up just in case. The call, Gary, are they going to attack this bowl?
I think they are, yeah.
Yep.
Why not?
Be worth 2, maybe 3 more if he can get this bowl clean.
They like this. They're looking at it. What a shot, Carl Healy.
He was offline with his first, but that was a perfect shot with his second. And we'll see what the count is. It looked like 3, and that is confirmed by our players. We see this replay. All they were hoping when he was going to get contact was that it missed the jack, and it did.
That's a really good shot, that replay, wasn't it?
4-3 now on the feature ink, and perhaps for not the first time today, things all square on the masterboard. Jason, you got one of your fan club cheering in, Karen Woodman.
Oh, how you going, Karen? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you tuning in. Karen's at Foster Tuncurry.
Might have been tipped off in the comments by Mark Baker that we have a birthday boy amongst the Bullants in Mickey Phillips.
Very good.
So what a present that could be to go through and win a platinum pennant, biggest club competition that we have to offer here in the sport.
Yeah, you wouldn't forget that in a hurry, would you?
Yeah.
Be a good one to celebrate and remember.
Jason Gale saying best of luck to both teams, and what a great season it's been, and all the players have definitely done the sport proud, and I know the three of us are with you, Jason. Let's get Olympics acceptance for our sport. It'd be fantastic to see. I'm sure everyone that's watching on would love to see that. And anyone who has any connections to the IOC president, committee, executive, please send them to any of the three of us. We'll make those conversations progress.
A friend of a friend of a friend. If you know a minister or somebody. Yeah, it's all handy. It's all handy.
Jesse Cattell.
Shot again.
Pretty well down. Well, these two leads are dialed in today, gents, so setting up both skippers really well, nice and early. It's getting me excited. This front end battle. Getting bowls in the head like this, I think we're going to see a lot of heads turn over, some fantastic shot play if this keeps up. There's going to be options for both skippers.
Well, and that just drawing into the head, building things up as we see Chris Rosannes do it as well.
Look at this.
That probably opened up that opportunity for Carl to get that fortunate result with his first. He was a couple of bowls off his intended line. Because the heads were so tightly compacted, it opened up extra angles that could work in his favour.
I was going to say, boys, when you see this matchup, the Jesse Cattell versus Chris Rosannes, two fantastic players in their own right, lots of titles under their belt, but it just goes to show how great our sport is. I know we talk about it all the time. I know we talk about how good this event is, but it is the sport for everybody, and you see one of the best female players in Australia up against one of the best male players in Australia, and she's matching and bettering Chris at the moment. It's just a sport for everyone. I love that. I love that about sport. I love that about this competition. It's fantastic to see.
Saw Ben Moorthorpe's first attempt sitting on the nearest Warilla bowl, and what we saw yesterday, guys, early attack, if things build up that way.
Yeah, don't mind that. Don't mind that.
Aaron said it was okay, even if you peel the front one off. Try and get the jack through, move some of the opponent's bowls out of the way. Now, Michael Smith, you've nailed it. This is the best of the best of the best. And I'm sure Beacon from the Jets will be back here later on this evening with those big chants for the hometown Raymond Terrace side in the grand final. Of course, if you weren't with us last night, it was the Jets who booked their place in the grand final with a win over the Gorillas, and these two clubs are looking for the second ticket to the big dance. Thompson, despite there being a closer bowl, backs off into a draw, trying to work some of these angles in here for contact on the shot bowl. May not have quite sent it. Does he make things a bit murkier at the front? Well, just gets it slightly away from centre line there. And yeah, you see Carl trying to get some position at the back of the rink. Now, Gaz, there's only one way that jack's going, isn't there?
Yeah, there's no point in filling that hole. No point in making that any bigger or any easier than it already is. So we've got a little shout out from Fiji there to Lee and Radhika. Bulla from Fiji. Good morning.
A couple of Gorilla supporters there. Lynn Thielen, Lynn and Peter, a couple of Warilla members cheering on their Gorillas, as well as Warilla Vice Chairman Chris Cusack. Go the mighty Gorillas.
Aaron Murphy's played a good shot here. Good covering bowl.
She is dialed in this morning, isn't she?
Pretty much where he wanted Kaz to be, I think. Pretty good head. Cabramatta at the moment. It's going to be an aggressive shot, I think.
Inside of the white, you see is the aim. Where he flicks the orange, it's going to do enough to move the jack back. To be firm.
Yep, just a little swinger for 𝗣𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗟𝗏. He's not too
Close.
far away.
What a shot. Great shot.
Oh, this is a tremendous
gets the
shot.
Roseanne's bowl running through. That one wasn't a touch of his own, so that'll be removed, but turns what was only 4 down into shot bowl. No smile, no fuss from Des.
That is a great shot. It really is. You're right, he hasn't made any fuss about that, but that was a really good shot under a lot of pressure.
He just said that was what I was asked to do, so I did it.
They just did it, yeah. What's the problem? Can't see any issue. Yep.
And a hard shot here for Karen, trying to draw to this ditch.
Yeah, she probably needs to, what was it, probably a metre on the last bowl, on the last line, Jace?
Yeah.
Get somewhere near it.
Yeah, she was coming just past the orange with the first weight.
Just going to sail through, and very fine line that weight is. Try and put a metre on your last. You're nearly playing the same bowl, and just mentally you're going to push it through that extra foot anyway, aren't you?
Pretty much, yep.
On a surface
makes
like this.
Such a difference, doesn't it? Things, bowl after bowl after bowl, we're building up for Cabramatta. But one terrific shot from the opposition just changes things altogether. As Des has sailed that one through.
Yeah.
Okay, so Carl Healy now with a couple of chances to get his Cabramatta team out of this. Aaron Tees with a couple of chances to add to the count.
These shots these two skips would practice pretty regularly, Gary, I'd imagine, this draw to the ditch.
Yeah, 100% they would. Yeah, they would have a look at this all lengths and have this as part of their repertoire. So let's see how they go. Obviously, it's a different surface, so it will do different things to what they're used to. They've got an idea of what line they need to put it down. It just depends on what the speed does around their 6 foot mark. He's not far away.
Just needs it to pull up, I think.
If he stops,
Gary,
he's in.
Just needs it to
Needs
stop.
to turn hard and it'll stop.
Wow, what an effort.
Turn.
Inches away from perfection.
Aaron Tees has had a good look at a couple of the lines down here, so a similar funnel to the Carl Healy bowl.
Might be a little speed lane down here on this back end. It looked like the bowler 𝗣𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗟𝗏 wasn't slowing as expected. Even Carl Healy's one just continued on and on. Past this tee, might run off slightly.
This should be good enough if he can
pretty
get
good.
some more run. It's probably good enough to count, fellas.
Absolutely. That will be in, I think, the other bowl top or side left there of Roseanne's potentially counts as well. So at least 2, maybe 3 here for Warilla, but 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗨 was centimetres away from drawing to the edge with his first. So it's to clear some of this traffic.
Such a hard shot to play, isn't it? It's just you got to try. He knew he had to try and back it off. He knew he was 2 down, and he's just underplayed that with the worry on his mind.
I think without contact, he might have done enough to get past the 𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗏's second bowl.
His weight was okay, yeah, just under that line.
It's probably, well, he certainly made third shot for his team. There's no doubt that he's cut that third one out if it was counting previously. You see,
𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗏s will flick over here, Lee. Yeah, he's going to the forehand, so he can probably just draw out wide, right around the whole lot, or he might try and just draw through the Chris Roseanne's bowl. If he gets a couple of rolls out of that, he can make a 4.
just play good draw weight and hope you go through clean passage all the way through his chasing in. So he
needs a clear
run.
road.
Pretty close.
He needs a clear run.
He's got it.
Yeah, he has. He's played a good shot
That's
here.
A great bowl.
Really good shot.
Teasy's class is coming to the fore here. He's played some really big bowls. He's turned heads around, trail jacks around corners, and then just added to counts. So
you've got to give that particular end score to 𝗣𝗟𝗡𝗏. That was building up 5 minutes ago. There's no way you would say that Warilla were going to score 3 on this end. Cabramatta front toucher, bowls all around it. Held a 4 there at one point. They couldn't do much more. That one bowler 𝗣𝗟𝗓, and an unfortunate first draw attempt from 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗨. He hit all but shot with that bowl. People watching on, morning to you, Jay Maskell, coordinator at South West Rocks, one of my former teammates in representative bowls out in Western New South Wales. 3 rough heads in the commentary box. Probably right there, Jay. Well
Takes
called.
one to know one, Jay. Takes one to know one. Hey?
Absolutely.
We see Chris Roseanne's once again toucher first bowl. Harley McDonald, all class 𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗏s. Those two best of mates. Harley, of course, part of the runner-up side for Warilla in season 2, the TAB Platinum Pennant. Should be a cracking game. Yeah, absolutely. Ricky McIntyre watching on. Glenn Dixon saying loves hearing your thoughts, Gary, and around all the high performance things and how our players work their way through and during their careers and in retirement. So thanks for those comments, Glenn. We're blessed to have Gary Willis with us throughout the course of the event. Chris doubles up.
Warilla's blessed to have Chris Roseanne's at the moment. He is on a heater. What a shot.
Well, it was interesting hearing from Aaron in his pre-match interview. I asked him the question, Gary, that most of these clubs are utilising the marquee players in back-end positions, but they've made it work for both marquees, both Chris and 𝗣𝗟𝗓, to fall in the same rink here of 𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗏s. And Aaron said it wasn't the way things began the season. His rink were 0-5 at one stage. So he says, can I please have the 2 marquees? See if we can turn things around.
Send out an SOS, did he?
Well, I guess you look at the calibre of the 3 skips and, they don't need any more back-end players with those 3 playing up there. So, bolster the front end. It's a good move, I think. And the way Chris Roseanne's is playing, it's an excellent move. Good stuff.
And I love the Cabramatta method equally as well. Of course, throughout all 3 seasons, have not had a single marquee player utilised throughout. Yes, of course, they do have some personnel, including Ben Moulthorpe on the mat, has employment through the club. But, just taking the talent and, recruiting well and picking up players to fill in some spots as old legs like Gary Willis go down to regenerated talent coming through.
Yeah, they just feel sorry for me, Lee.
Benny Moulthorpe, if he's up, what a shot.
Benny. He hasn't been far away the last few ends.
Yeah, terrific shot that from Ben over this maximum distance. Worked his way up for shot bowl. So Corey just trying to draw to the side of the jack.
He's got a pretty good line, Lee. He's got a pretty good line here.
Does he get all the way down for the jack now? Does he get all the way down? He does.
What a shot.
That's a great shot.
Well, we made a couple there, Corey Thompson. Terrific bowls from our 2 seconds. And those just joining us a bit later into the coverage. Corey, first season for him at Warilla. He's been heavily involved in the Illawarra region at Albion Park and now plying his trade with the Gorillas full time. Made the move 6 or 8 months ago. And I think probably part of that reasoning for Corey was to give himself the opportunity to try and make his way into this platinum side. And probably fair to say, I don't think he was a guaranteed start into that
Tell you what,
team. He had to work
watch
hard.
this. He's close.
Brilliant shot.
Up and over the shot bowl. Oh, he's just slid past. He's a little bit unfortunate there. Great shot there by Benny Moorthorpe.
He played it well.
Either gets that bowl a bit more fuller or misses and he gets the jack. He probably got the worst result.
Somehow sidestepped the jack.
Look at the finish of that bowl. Just unbelievable.
Plenty of people tuning in. Katie saying what a class player Aaron Tees. Yeah, completely agree. Ronald Tate, thanks for coming back again. Ronald cheering on at Cabramatta this morning. Phil Lupke in Silverdale. There's plenty of you watching on. Throw your comments in. Love to see some score predictions or even who you think will win the game. I will put it out to the viewers. Who do you think will win this game, and how many rink wins do you think the winning team will have? Will someone win 3 rinks to 0, 2-1? Will someone win with just 1 rink win to 2 losses but carry the masterboard? Let us know in your comments. Will it be Warilla or Cabramatta, and how many rinks the winning side will win?
Might go and get our fence reinforced and get a few more people on there with me and Gaz, I think.
I actually think it's a far better approach from Lee than asking you and I, Jace.
Absolutely.
He knows where we're going. That's why he's directed.
I've learnt that overnight, yeah.
Career suicide, trying to work out who's going to win this. We'll put a statement out there. Karen Murphy's going to play a similar shot to what Ben Moorthorpe
She's on an
attempted.
attacking line.
It's the first go down there, so
Didn't curl around, and even though that's quite off centre line, there is, that jack does kick sideways past where Aaron's standing. That could be a counter in a few bowls' time. I'm sure Des would love to be around his own.
wasn't far away with his first, was he? We know that they'll turn here. They turn at right angles on this backhand coming down this way. He's close again, boys.
He's very
It'll
close.
rip hard.
Just clean run. Oh, he got an edge.
That's
But
counting.
great bowl.
That's counting.
3 shots, isn't it? Close to 3.
He's changed some angles the way he's laid his first one down. Carl's given Karen the option to play either the same as a first or go quicker on the opposite side.
She's going quicker. This is a good move. It's a far more positive approach. Just got to hold. Ooh.
That was the intended angle, but not via that bowl. So that was the angle they were looking at.
Okay.
So Cabra holding 1. Warilla with second and third nearest bowl, and then come the 2 orange bowls of Ben Moorthorpe for Cabra. So one shot to the Bullants. Fortunate result, but
yeah, and you know what? Something important for our club player and viewers to look at. So many times at our club level, we can see it. I know I've been on the end of it, and you can show a bit of emotion and feel that you've been a bit hard done by. Teesy's just like, okay, what can I control, and how do I fix this? Great attitude. Ooh, so he's got a little bit of luck in return, really, hasn't he?
Tit for tat. Okay, 1-1.
Yeah.
probably one of the few people I've ever come across in the game, Aaron Tees, and I heard it there as his bowl was coming down and he knew he was off target. He called out no wicks. He is one that does not like any luck going in that kind of way in his favour. So, yeah, tit for tat, one each. I suppose that's all square. And, of course, Aaron's toucher on that jack means he has a live bowl in the ditch. Carl was checking out all the angles, Gary, to see probably whether he can get things to move without jack movement.
Well, I think he can get the bowl clean. So he gets under the white.
He's in a very good area.
Yeah,
He's got jack, and it's
out of bounds.
Out of bounds, yeah.
We don't have too much of a local contingent, so we're not getting the call from the balcony like we did last night. But
watching on, saw Graham Robson, one of the locals, in the comments earlier, saying he's enjoying this game here this morning before making his way down to the venue to cheer on the Jets later on today. Kevin Hunt saying, what a good day to stay indoors. He's down at Mount Annan. It must be a bit cool where you are this morning. And gents, we were at an outside cafe this morning for breakfast. A little bit chilly where we were
It was.
as well. And we even moved our table around to where the sun was, and still ended up a bit cool there today. It's
fresh breeze, isn't it?
Yeah, it is this morning.
And just that comment from Glenn Dixon. Good morning, Glenn. And I heard Jace said yesterday you did well in the Pennant, mate. So congratulations to your club, North Haven.
right one is Chris just cast the jack slightly shorter this time, but he's dialed that in with a pretty good opening bowl.
Yeah, he's
leading here. Chris Rosanis
like a machine at the moment, isn't he?
Isn't he, Wad?
What have you watching on? Paulie Wads is back with us from Armidale. Josh Barry, Warilla in Victoria. Very good morning to you, Josh. Great to see you on the coverage. One of the better para-bowlers in the country is Josh. Stalwart of that Victorian program. Down there, Peter Roberts. Peter I'm thinking of. Peter at St John's Park in Sydney.
Not a bad start from Jesse. Perfect weight. This is probably going to be the worst one that Chris has played for a while. He's just missed his line there. Again with really good weight though.
Aaron Jarvis watching from Paddington. Love that. He says he's at the gym and he's hijacked the TV. So as he's called them, all the muscle heads are mesmerised by the great bowls. If I ever find my way into one of those gyms, Aaron, I'll do the same thing.
That goes for all three of us at this table, I think, mate.
Brett Spur, if you don't mind, just pop your question back into the chat. I missed that one earlier about the grand final, so if you could throw that one back in. Happy to answer that for you, Brett. Sophia there cheering on and saying good bowls to Benny Moorthorpe. See Des Cairns' lovely wife Beck is joining in as well. Morning to you, Beck. Sure you're watching on with the family up there. We talk a lot about these players and their commitment, but think of Beck and the other partners involved across these players, especially the people who travel hours to their home club or travel in as marquee players, and the time commitment that they give up for family time to let their loved ones come and play the sport they enjoy.
Yeah, it takes a village, Lee, doesn't it? It takes a village, they say. You know, all the people and support crew around you, your family, your friends. Everybody's making sacrifices for you to chase, big events and titles like this in the sport that you love. So it takes a huge effort to
Corey
support.
Thompson.
Great shot, Corey.
Great shot.
Started pretty well, Jace, hasn't he?
Yeah, really impressed with him. He's one of them players we spoke about. You don't see him in the limelight and statesides and that, but he's one of those Warilla players that just do that really good job up front. He does, as I said, he's come across from Albion Park for this opportunity he has. Good to see Warilla providing him the opportunity. So
Ben just looking for minor correction on both line and weight from his first, and he's done it
off.
pretty well. Does he get all the way around?
That
Well
is
played, Ben
brilliant.
Morthorpe. Curls around for shot, and that's as good as an example as you will see of how you can play on this surface. Look at that bowl of Corey Thompson's with a bowl and a half short of Jack High, a bowl off centre line. For all intents and purposes, that looks like a backhand shot, but the way this rink turns, they know they can just draw around that if they've got the right weight. The bowl will do the work for them. Look across the green, gents. I saw an interesting drive come down from Jay Bruce, and things have ricocheted. The jack's gone about 6 metres forward from where it was.
Gary Kelly's drawn a bowl about 8 inches away from it.
Early stages on those other couple of rinks there. We'll keep putting those scores as they complete their ends. Terrific matchups there. Gary Kelly and Nick Cale, two class operators. And if at all possible, they may be ever so slightly outshone by the men on the other rink there, Corey Wedlock and Aaron Wilson.
What matchups we've got here. It's unbelievable.
I haven't got enough eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's too much to watch. Too much to take in. It's brilliant. 𝗣𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗟𝗜𝗡 just had his first crack at the backhand. He had a draw to the ditch on the backhand, last end coming down this way, but that's his first real look on the centre line, so he'll learn from that first bowl.
Like Karen's line here, it's all down to that precise weight, absolute dead weight.
That's her own bowl, could lift up, not quite.
Actually, he likes the speed, so he can play the same shot. If he can manage to land a bowl, little touch of jack around the corners, big. It's huge if he can manage to snavel this jack a couple of feet.
No, he's on that attacking line. It's down to his legs. Does he hold through now?
Just going to get away on him.
The swoop, doesn't it?
We said it last night, it's such a hard shot to play. Sometimes you just got to play it.
Well, it's just before Karen bowls, we spoke about Jay Bruce hitting the jack 5 or 6 metres up the green. Nick Cale's somehow managed to copy it, and the jack's gone even further forward toward the mat. May have gone short of required distance. We didn't get the final score. That was a dead end or not. As we see Karen has taken a metre or so off. Potentially works in for what could be third shot. So that jack ended up about 12 metres further forward than what it started on that far rink.
Not sure what the result ended up there, Leah, whether they counted shots to Warilla or called it.
Was it dead? Was it dead, I think?
From our vantage point, it looked like it was going to be too short. But
yeah.
See, I don't think any scores were inputted from the players. So we'll assume that's a dead end for now, and we'll keep monitoring those live scores via the Bowls Link results portal.
He's only one down here, fellas, so he might have another little sneaky look at this again.
Is.
I think that's high of the right line for that.
Yeah, it's such a hard shot to play. Really
Just
hard
that
shot.
hand, isn't it? It's so weight dependent, that side of the green.
Yeah, I think you press to play the weight you want to play, and then it'll hold you out, Jace, won't it? And then you try and back that weight off, and it rips right across. So you sort of sometimes you got to suck it up and say, okay, I know the shot I want to play, but I'm just going to have to draw it because there's actually no way to get that shot that I'm trying to play. Or, he'd love to drag that jack 2 feet to a metre, but realistically, you'd probably get it 1 in 20 goes.
You see Carlos here. He's just underdone with a bit of work. Actually,
Just trying
weight's
to
not too
careful
bad.
draw up there himself.
Wants to keep going though, doesn't it?
It does.
There's a prime example there.
Yeah, the biggest problem for 𝗣𝗟𝗡 is the orange bowl of Ben Morthorpe on the draw shot's probably in his eye. That's probably what's, probably steering him away from playing a dead draw shot and just get caught on that bowl.
And I think he may have come to the conclusion that shot is not quite available to him. So
he's going to try it again. He's only one down. That's the big thing. He's only one down. Aaron Wilson's done something special on the middle rink. The crowd's gone crazy. His teammates are up and about. Aaron Tees going to try and trail this jack.
Well, he's on a inside line to his first.
If anyone can do it.
He's not a mile away, gents. Even if he can lift his own
hold
bowl
now.
up.
He wants to hold now.
Oh, that's the worst result he could have possibly
That
got.
might be three.
Down and flopped it back. Yeah, that is very unfortunate.
Yeah, that is very unlucky. He could not have played that shot much better. He gets it any other way, as you say, Lee. If he got that bowl solid, he was shot. If he skims off and grabs a jack, he's probably two.
Oh, we've got tit for tat next door. Aaron Wilson plays an absolute bomb to get shot after being down. Corey's just sat it through. Two superstars going head to head over there.
I don't needed that, Warilla. There's going to be a bit of a change here. Carl's going to get a little multiple here.
Yep.
Saw some unlucky result earlier on in the game for Carl Healy in the same direction. It was Aaron's turn to have the unlucky result there, and 3 shots confirmed for the Bullants. Early days, gents, but this is turning into a big scoring game. That's 4 consecutive threes, 2 for either side. Aaron just letting us know how unfortunate he was with that last bowl.
I'm glad we didn't have any subtitles show up on the screen, but that's good.
As he said, yeah, it was Carl's turn for some bad luck a couple of ends earlier in that direction, and Aaron's on that occasion. The good and bad luck being shared amongst the players. Jason referencing, we were chatting earlier about the Olympic movement, and saying people like yourself, Gary, and Karen, and plenty of others involved, that high-profile athletes that can give us the best opportunity. We're all hopeful. We all love our sport. We want to see it go further. I think I will say is it is a highly competitive process. I think how much our competitors and our viewers would love to see it happen in the Olympics. I don't know how many other sports are doing the same. Last bit of information I read, there was about 37 sports trying to put their name forward for inclusion into the Olympics in Brisbane. And I even see the NFL commissioners over here from the US in Australia this week trying to get a version of American football into the Olympics as well for Brisbane 2032.
There's not many spots there available. There's only a certain number that are allowed in. Is it like 2? 2 or 3 the host country?
4 was the number I'd
4,
heard most recently, but as I said, yeah.
Okay.
35 to 40 sports looking for those spots. So everyone will do our best within our community, and we'll see what decisions are made by others. So 𝗟𝗑𝗏 Jones from Phillip Island. A nice spot you're tuning in from.
Roseanne's again all over it.
David Ashby, also in Victoria and Druin. So after you, David, and thank you very much for the kind words said on the commentary today. We talk about some of the young players in the sport, and Padstow, one of those clubs that have pushed plenty of people into the New South Wales junior program over the year. One of your club mates too there on comments, Gary, Michael Vassallo cheering on the Bullants.
Oh, good morning, Mickey. Great man. Great man, Michael. I had a scary ride home with Michael one night. He's got a beautiful Mustang, and jumped in the car with him. I was quite safe, but initially I was a bit scared, but we made it, so that was good. Good fella, Mickey.
Effort there. Ben Moorthorpe just behind Corey Thompson, just in front with their first 2 bowls.
Yeah, as good as Chris Rosanes is playing, Ben Moorthorpe, he's playing pretty solidly too, Jace. The last few ends he's been there or thereabouts.
Yeah, he's really nullified the good work of Chris Rosan's, hasn't he? From the Cabramatta perspective, 𝗣𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗟𝗠𝗡 just missing a little bit last few ends, just missing her areas. But
again,
look at this, 𝗣𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗡𝗟.
That's great.
It is a team. It is a team game. So Jess isn't going to be that far away all game once she gets back into it.
Just watch this bowl rip. They just come in at right angles here on this back end. I know I've said it before, like a broken record, but it's just amazing how much they turn.
Well, weight there.
Firm weight straight away, and one there removed. So it's still Cabramatta holding shot as Karen Murphy and Des can make their way back to the mat. A question amongst relegation and teams coming in, and yeah, absolutely. Mount Lewis and Tarrant Point can come back in to the competition in season 4, and Bowls New South Wales will provide further information for any club that wants to put in an expression of interest to be part of season 4 of this competition. So stay tuned for information on that over the coming months. If your club thinks you have what it takes, take a look at that document and put in your application.
All down to a weight here. She's very, very close.
Great shot.
Karen Murphy, the legend, just does it, doesn't she? Over and over and over again, year after year. Probably shouldn't go into years too much. She might find offence to it if she heard this. But her longevity in this game at this level it's just out of this world, really.
Yeah, she's never lost that competitive edge either, Jace. She's a very competitive person and it plays out in everything she does. And I think it's just that whole mental approach. It's all still there, you know what I mean? She's still sharp, still fit, still plays great. Carl Hilly's going to switch her over now. He doesn't want to make any target. It's a really good setup there. It's a hard shot on the forehand for Warilla to get out of. She can add on the backhand, on this big swinging hand, another counter.
That's that hard a shot. I'd wonder if we see some big weight next from Desi, actually.
He was afforded that option. I thought they could still draw it on the backhand, basically to centre line with the right weight.
And touch of their
very,
front bowl
very similar
in.
to what this bowl is.
Another good shot.
Karen Murphy.
Very similar to this. This is going to draw these shots. Well, just needed to drop down to do so. So Des firmer
Here
weight.
we go.
What's he done here?
Close to 2 bowls.
Oh. Gets that last Murphy bowl out, so Cabramatta back to 2 shots in their advantage as Skips make their way back to the mat. Gents, people creative with their names in the chat. Last night we had the world's greatest bowler. Today we have the lawn bowls god. Very good comment by the god. Last night watching young Stokes and this game with Chris Rosan's, it shows what advantage it is if you have a gun lead. Yeah, absolutely.
And he's making it look easy, and it's not. And we spoke about it last night, how just one simple thing, it's not simple, but to throw the jack correctly on this surface is a hard thing. So that adds another dynamic to how hard that lead roll is. And Chris Rosan's is making it look easy, so I totally agree with that. Leads set it up, particularly on this surface. So it's very hard to get out of it when you're down all the time. You keep trying to force the issue, you keep trying to force shots when you're down all the time. So
it's interesting. Has he got the run to hold? Has he got the run to hold? Well, he had the run to get to the jack, didn't he? He's just half a bowl narrow. That's a really good effort down on that hand.
Carl, jack high there, just 3 feet or so across. So same weight, different line. The program here.
Just a bit quick, is he?
A couple of revolutions too far.
That's all it was.
So T's trying to be, as you said, Jason called it perfectly, half a bowl wider with exactly the same weight.
Good luck.
You just play the same shot.
Yeah, exactly
just play
right.
the same shot.
Yep.
Yeah. Play the same shot. If he gets a little bit of run, if he's slightly heavier, he'll probably get the line he needs. So just play the same shot. so close with his first. He's out on a good line again.
He's got a little trot up too, so he must be liking it.
He's just under where he was with his first.
Yes, too. You're right, Lee. Perfect weight again.
Yeah.
2 shots there to Cabramatta. So we've broken the run of 3s, but still a multiple count.
Important pick up for Cabra too, I think, Lee. No, that margin on the big board was getting out close to 10, but all care of the Gary Kelly rink over there.
Oh, fantastic. 𝗟𝗓𝗘𝗚𝗠 saying in the comments, go the Bullants. And Jess's young boy Phoenix says, go mummy. So, good on you, Kerry, and to Phoenix. Watching on. Some of our predictions coming through. Paul Farchett saying Cabra on all 3 rinks. Paulie Wadd's predicting Cabramatta as well, but just a 1 rink victory. Enough to bring home their advantage. Corey Nichols saying Warilla 2 rinks to 1 and 2 rinks up and a tie on the other one. Mark watching on from Junee. Good morning to you, Mark. Probably chilly in your part of the state down there this morning. Yeah, Beckhand saying that, speaking of kids watching on, Des's 2 girls watching Daddy on the TV this morning. Thanks, Brett, for popping that in. I missed that earlier on. So, yes, there is a different rink draw for the final. So, this is the second time this weekend that both of these clubs have played on what we're going to call our TV side of the green. So, they will automatically, whichever one wins here, go on to the 3rd rink, the one that they haven't played on. And for Raymond Terrace, they'll be assigned different rinks to what their 3 skips played on last night. So, yes, is done differently. That random draw completed earlier on this week, Brett, to finalise throughout the whole weekend. There's just some slight scenario matchups that may vary depending on who wins, but it was team 1 versus 1, 2v2 and 3v3. The only variation there will be if Warilla win this match. It won't just be the same set of 3 skips playing each other as was the case last night. Daryl Seymour's got the bowls on at Cabra down at the club. Thanks, Daryl. Hopefully you've got a good little crew cheering on your Bullants down there. And as we said, looking forward to being down there myself at Cabramatta for state junior champs tomorrow as see Corey Thompson draw another close bowl. Significant change in length here, Gary, in number 7. Matt brought a fair way up and a pretty short jack at the other end as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. This is probably the length that we thought that Warilla might go to against the Jets last night. A similar one to this where the Matt's moved away from the tee, moved away from minimum. Sort of get it somewhere in the middle, 6 or 8 feet away from those spots. Jack the same, so it's interesting to see how this one goes.
Cabramatta 4 out of 4 on reasonable lines, just pushing through. So midway point of this end is going to favour Warilla, although as we saw not long ago in this direction, it only takes 1 bowl to really turn things around. And
tell you what,
Karen Murphy can do it.
Corey Thompson's coming into his own here a bit too,
Yeah.
boys. He's starting to find his range.
Absolutely. If he's drawing the shot, he's finishing in them good spots, playing his perfect seconds roll.
Aaron T's pretty easy to play for in that regard. Not too dissimilar to most skips. Doesn't enjoy things if short bowls played by his team, and his way of thinking is just get to the jack and past every end, and if your bowls are reaching and we don't win the ends, that's his fault, not the people in front of him. He'll back himself if he's got clear avenue to the head. And as well as that, of course, you're giving yourself maximum opportunity to sit bowls or trail jacks yourself if you're always reaching up front. And probably when we're skipping, we're probably all thinking the same thing, and that Aaron does communicate that well with his team. They know what the expectations are, and I think that's all you can ask in any team game, that you all know what your roles are and what's expected. Don't get frustrated with each other without telling each other what you're expecting.
He's a good man, Teasy. Probably one of the most honest blokes I've ever met in my life, probably to his own detriment sometimes. But he's always happy to put himself down, which isn't a great attribute, but he's very open and honest. He's an open book, that's for sure, and he is a good guy to have in a team. Great shot, good correction here.
Absolutely. That's brilliant from Kaz.
I think they'll get after this on the back end with 3 seconds. They can peel it off without shot, but yeah, Karen just missed weight with the first, but perfect adjustment. So backhand, firm weight, trying to get the edge of the bowl.
Oh,
well,
yeah, fortunate.
Few edges, the jack ricochets, and probably one there to Cabra at the moment. You would think the nearest bowl is yet to be played. With our skips getting 2 opportunities out to an open jack.
Yeah, first in, first served here, boys. Someone can apply the pressure early. Be hard to get out of.
Well, first bullet goes to Carl Healy, so...
Carla cheering on the Bullants, and I like this Brett Goodchild watching in from the Gold Coast. Brett saying that maybe these 2 clubs, Warilla and Cabramatta, need to pick a combined 12 for the grand final to try and take on the powerhouse Raymond Terrace Jets here at home.
How about 24 versus 12?
Carl's good here. Carl's good here. We said we wanted to see who was going to get to it first. Well, it actually ran on a little bit further than I thought. I thought he was putting in a front knocker then.
It's making it pretty tough for Teasy though, Jace, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, for Aaron, he needs to guarantee he gets second shot with his first one, I think. Beat that orange bowler, Ben Moorthorpe's. If he does beat the Healy bowl as well, he'll be satisfied, but take the big score out of the equation first and get second, and it's going to do enough for that with perfect weight.
Yeah. So we'll limit any damage. Imagine Carl will just be trying to draw another one here.
He beat his last, the aim. He runs into the front of the jack again with similar weight, but you can see, just try and get that line correction ever so slightly higher line.
Yeah, well, he is. It's now just weight dependent.
It's probably the worst result is he can sit next to his first bowl, but he's not going to do that.
It's going to be a tempter for Tees. He's going to have view of the jack, and he's going to have a pretty good view of that last Healy bowl. So whether he attempts jack into the ditch or the 2 Carl Healy bowls out, if he picks one, he reduces the count. Let's see what he's feeling confident in.
Yeah, he's got room. He's got room here. He's probably got, what do you think, 18 inches either side of the jack, so he's got not a bad sort of area to draw a shot.
Yeah, it was just a tempter. I didn't know if it was going to
beam
over the line.
His weight's perfect with his first. He's on a higher line.
He's quicker, is he?
He's quicker. Yep, unfortunately. Not hard to do either.
So 2 more there to Cabramatta. And what was a 7-3 lead on this rink for Tees has turned in favour of Carl Healy. With 10 shots over the past 5 ends. Get themselves a lead here on our feature rink and just do their piece to narrow down that margin on the big board. Raymond Taylor watching on from Derbyshire in England. Good morning to you, Raymond. Carmen Plaza saying, yeah, Jamie Mitchell got a game again this morning. Must have been no good on the masterboard duties. So back into the game.
He was pretty good on the pies, though.
Yeah, wasn't he? He lined up. He was not far away from where we were at breakfast this morning. Asked him how he was feeling, and he's up for the game this morning. And I think a few of the senior Warilla members said, "You are playing. Get yourself right, whatever you need to have."
He's a valued member, isn't he, of this Warilla side? And Chris Roseanne's bang.
Yeah, I think even if Jamie's half fit, he's good enough to play at this level, so they certainly wanted him in there.
Oh, Frank Shocker, I've just caught up with your comment there. So he's read the conditions of play for this event, and if it's a tie overall, it's a 4-bowl shootout. Gary Willis against Lee Stinson.
Oh, Frank.
I haven't seen that part of the conditions of play.
Turn your comments off, Frank. That's ridiculous. We're not going to do that to anybody.
Unfortunately, our camera operators won't be able to...
I'd be happy to lead commentate that too, I'm telling you.
They won't be able to see all the bowls in shot, Gary, would they? If you and I went out there, they'd have to widen the angles.
They need the fisheye lens just to capture the bowls that are 20 feet away. Yeah.
It'll be 18 feet beats 20 feet.
Chris has pointed this very well again.
Back to the experts. Here we go with Chris again. That's great. Great leading.
Benny Rousell, watch it on. Morning to you as well, Ben. Hopefully you get the opportunity to get down here later on to cheer on your Jets. It'll be a big day here for the home club. William Power, let's go Cabramatta. Question here, if Davin might give this one to you, Gary. Says, as a bowler, I've never talked about bowls as a sport, but rather as a game. I believe this lowers the barrier to entry for new players. Any thoughts on that topic?
Oh, not really. I consider it a sport. We train, our players at the highest level train. There's also the social aspect of the sport, so in my way of thinking, we play a sport. And, I think you can play it at any level. So there's different levels of that. But, for me, it's always been a sport.
Oh, bad result there for Northorpe. Just leaves things up on the centre line. Yeah, it's probably fair to say use the phrasing that works to introduce people in your local area. Get them involved. Of course, a sport, once they get into it, if you think you need to, phrase it as a game or a pastime to get your neighbour, your work colleague, your friend to come and have a go at it, certainly do so. And see with Rilla holding a pretty good position at the head. Aaron just asked for a deep bowl in the rink in case things are needed at the back later on. Jimmy McGrory watching on from Warilla saying that Corey Thompson, great to see him part of this side, and he's been doing plenty of practice at Warilla. No doubt, Jimmy, if he's been able to beat you on that indoor down there, that'll be why he's got his way into the team. Jimmy McGrory, he's a platinum level player on our indoor. Jimmy, don't be offended by this. Probably a grade 4 player outside, platinum on the indoor. He's dynamite on that surface.
Yeah, Kaz, pretty good bowl.
Won a lot of championships leading up for Jeremy Henry, the club triples and fours and things like that. As Jimmy,
so Jezza was onto it. He knew.
He knew.
He was onto a good thing.
Picked his mark there, Jeremy. Been waiting for Jimmy to fly Jeremy back for a couple of these championships.
Has he been out of the winner's circle, has he?
Oh, no, I didn't see, though. Jeremy Henry, of course, the coordinator at Warilla for many years, and not all that long ago moved to Queensland. But Jimmy didn't miss a trick, though. I did see him lining up the next year or so with people like Aaron Tees or Corey Wedlock in different events.
Dear.
board members tuning in this morning. Trevor Wells. Morning, Trevor. Surprised you're not on this trip. Usually the designated bus driver for the crew. As see Karen just trying to work her way inside her first.
Just wanting to give that a chance down there, wasn't she? And look, she was a foot overweight and it didn't allow her to turn.
Yeah, as soon as you press on it, Jace, as soon as you press on it, it just changes that line, doesn't it?
That would have felt really good out of her hand too. She would have thought she was very close to get, the edge of her bowling in for shot. What's this going to do?
It's a good shot.
It's just fattened things up a little bit at the front now, so...
Well, this is going to have Carl Healy licking his lips. I don't think there's any question now
it's
about...
gone from a 1-bowl target to a 3-bowl target, hasn't it? So
what he'll be trying to do. Plenty of opportunities there, as you said, Jace. Probably 2 or 3 bowls worth of target there that could get this Jack off the rink.
Yes, he's on forehand, and he's winding up the weight, and he's close.
Very close.
Just anything but the gap.
Oh.
Yeah, got it out. I thought for a moment there he was going to find that minor gap and just get the back one of the counters out of play, but found the gap there directly to Jack. You see it here on screen, that minor gap, gents, just on the left-hand side of the Jack. I thought he had that for a moment.
Actually can't believe he missed the front shot bowl.
That's right.
It was all over that.
He'll tell you that's exactly what he's going for.
I was going to say, you spoke of that 3-bowl target, Jace. That would have been the exact mark he was aiming for, and he knew if he was slightly either side,
he gets a result as well.
That he had options.
Yeah.
So.
The Professor, absolute perfection though. Then
he's a terrific guy, Carl, as well. I grew up playing a lot of bowls with and against Carl. We're both part of the same playing area throughout junior years. Still a little bit older than Carl, but he's similar in age. But he was a pretty good junior. I'm not going to say an elite junior by any means compared to some of the others who are in that class coming through. But obviously one that worked pretty hard on his game, and still lives in around the Penrith area where he was playing as a youngster, but he was making the trip initially into Roselands many years, and Australian coach at the time, Cameron Curtis, was playing there, and those two gentlemen played quite a lot of bowls together and had a lot of success, and he was able to slowly work his way into representative sides, and he was a late starter even at international level. Gary's probably only 3 or 4 years ago, probably had his first opportunity for Australia.
Yeah, 100%. He even for New South Wales, he was probably a late starter, Lee. So, I think it was only probably, 7 or 8 years ago he played his first game for the state. So, late bloomer. But he certainly he's made the most of it since he's been in there. So, numerous state titles now, a couple of world titles, Commonwealth Games silver medal. Hats off to him. He's put the work in, and it's paid off for him, which is great to see.
Thanks, Russell. Encouraging people to like and subscribe. Yeah, absolutely. Please do so. Share it around. Share the link to your friends. I see as many eyeballs on this big day of play today. One of my colleagues, Nick Hine, always jokes about trying to up the numbers to get to the 1 billion subscriber mark.
Oh, the Jindy kid.
Just running a few 100 million short of that number at the moment. We can get this game global into China or India or somewhere like that. We might be able to boost those numbers up. Yeah, but please do like, subscribe. You'll get notifications for upcoming matches, including the grand final later on this afternoon. You'll know when we're going to air as Corey Thompson to the front of the Jack. He played in these last 2 or 3 ends, chance the front end of Cabra just missing the mark, and both Corey and Chris taking full advantage.
It's actually, and I'm just going to say it, I noticed the last end coming down in this direction. This length change has really made a difference. And it's something that whoever wins this game can take in against Roman Terrace, because the line is totally different.
This bloke's been doing it for Cabra, though, last few ends. Benny Moorthorpe.
He needed that. He missed a couple of times this direction last time around and corrected there pretty well.
Yeah, this direction coming back down here, Cabramatta with 3 down, but that line on that backhand was nothing like it was on that longer length. You know, it hasn't got that really strong big whip at the finish. It had an actual straighter line to the jack, so it's something for the memory bank.
Yeah, good ball there. Obviously, very intentional to make sure he was behind there.
He was asked to sort of play through his own, but if miss on the wider side.
He's definitely one down there, isn't he, boys?
I believe so. It looked like the orange bowl just curled enough to make a shot. Mentioned earlier, Jason, it's stretching out slightly for Warilla, 25-16 at the moment.
Yeah, Gary Kelly rinks really doing a good job for Warilla, aren't they? The other 2 rinks are holding their own. It's that Gary Kelly rink.
Amazing what a difference a day makes. It was that rink that probably didn't perform at its strongest last night for Warilla against, was a sensational performance across the board, especially from Brendan Stokes up front.
Oh, absolutely. And I tell you what, who was brilliant in that rink last night was Luke Jones. He was under the pump a lot, wasn't he? And he came up with some very chilling bowls just to keep Warilla within that. Keep that margin cut down, give Gary some options at the back end. He was sensational, Luke. Obviously, looking at this today, the front end have sort of got to work and given more options over there for Gary and Luke today, so hence the result that they're getting on their rink at the moment.
Every time I look over there, Craig Roberts is all over the jack. Just going to miss this under Desi, I think.
It must have been the pep talk that our co-commentator gave him this morning, Gary Willis. As I was departing the hotel this morning, Craig was in-depth conversation with Jason Pennant. Jason must have left him with a couple of words of advice ahead of today.
Yeah, a good chat with Craig this morning. He was out and about, walking around, limbering up.
Was it Tommy Radonigus-like, like slaps in the face and all that sort of stuff, was it? Or
Craig's a good bloke. I've had a little bit to do with him. I have him, like Platinum Pennant last year. I've seen him at over 40s and stuff like that. Yeah, like his character.
I think he commentated his game in the State Fours final.
State Fours final.
Ballina last year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, whatever you said to him, Jace, he's been all over that jack this morning, and they're in front 11-2, so it's worked.
Does he hold on to this orange bowl?
Closer this time.
Doesn't want the jack to go to the Murphy one, and it has. So more room, but an extra shot now for Cabramatta. They hold 2 as players go down to the mat. You see there, it just gets more of the right side of this orange bowl. Needed to get it a little bit more to the other side to try and get it past the jack. On to you, Katrina, watching on from Port Broughton. Yeah, absolutely. Looks like it's going to be a great game. Totally agree, Katrina. This is set to go down to the wire.
An easy shot over there. Jack Smith drawn to the edge of the ditch, like 1 bowl off.
Yeah, we heard plenty of cheers and excitement, followed by a quick bit of nervousness as they weren't sure whether the bowl was going to stop on the lip or not. These players down the club side of the green, just saw Carl just missed the line there by a little bit. That was a great view of Aaron Tees. This is not a minimum length at all, but how gently did he release that bowl?
Yeah. I tell you what, he stroked it really well.
He has. This is brilliant. Look at that rip though, late. See how that just slowed and it went, didn't it? Really pulled it up. That looked good in running.
Still at least 1 and probably 2 was the call from Karen to her skip. Carl, well, he's put this on a slightly better line. Just needs to hold by the 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗓𝗡 himself.
He is. He's holding.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Well, what's Teasy do here? He's got to play a similar bowl, does he? It's very hard to do.
There's no perfect run shot from what I saw there before. However, there is things that can happen. So it's not going to be easy to add 40 centimetres of weight, or probably even 20 centimetres, 15 centimetres to draw the shot. 40 centimetres to the jack.
He could rip something through the forehand here,
I
boys.
think so.
Rip through the forehand, get through his own bowl, straight through the jack. It's 3 down now. Anything he saves is going to be better.
Backhand, guys.
Going backhand's fine,
Looks
yeah.
like he's
Backhand
going
through the
big
same
too.
bowl. Yeah, that's fine.
Through his own or the Healy bowl, and could get it onto the jack.
Misses the front. Something's happening here. He's got
2 out.
all
It's
the
a
way
couple
through.
out. We got the 2 nearest bowls out.
Did.
Karen thought that they were holding shot, but that's the 2 closest bowls removed. Des is just going to confirm for us here, and it is indeed 1 to Cabramatta. So
Good shot.
yeah, good bowls by both players. Carl Healy adding to the count. And 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗓𝗡's removing the 2 counters for the Bullants.
Yeah. Gary Kelly, he's played an absolute bomb over there, and all you can hear is, oh, no, 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 no.
It was an Irish Phil Gould over there, I think.
Yeah. Oh, dear. But I tell you what, big-time players, big occasion. Right then and there, 𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗓𝗡s was 3 down. Gary Kelly was 2 down. 𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗓𝗡s has turned it into a 1 down. Gary Kelly's turned it into a 1 down. So the difference on the big board, like across the board, I think Aaron Wilson's also holding a 1. It could have made a massive difference. That big board could have nearly been levelled without those huge bowls that those boys played there.
The shot you save sometimes is important as the shot
Absolutely.
you make.
Massive. It's still given them that little 7-shot buffer where that could have been back to 2 if they had missed those 2 shots.
We saw that last night in that real tight game with Raymond Terrace, you know. Really tight it was. Raymond Terrace went on that run. They got the 2-3-3 across the 3 rinks and opened up that margin. So really good work by Warilla there, limiting damage and holding on to that lead.
Another good start from Chris again.
Yeah, both players pretty good. It had much to do with Jesse's technique setup. Certainly different to a lot of players. Obviously, everyone has something that works well for them, but yeah, very deliberate in her approach there.
Well, to be totally honest, I've left her completely alone because she's done so well and won so much. Why would you change it? It works for her. She doesn't, you look at a step across the line. She steps across the line on a backhand, steps pretty much either on the line or across the line on a backhand, which you think would transpose into a lot of narrow bowls or missed lines.
Oh, he doesn't want the jack here at all. That's unfortunate for Chris, but you know what? Well-positioned bowls by Jess.
Yeah, but she rarely misses a line, so if it's not broken, don't fix it. The other thing with Jessie too is I think she did, from my recollection when I knew her as when she first started in her younger days, spoke with her mum, and I think she did a lot of ballet in the day. So she's always had that posture and that stance, and when she puts a foot out or the lead foot out, it's like a ballet type of situation. So there might be something in that too, but it really works for her. So I'm a great advocate if it works, and you can do it consistently, keep doing it. Really good shot from Ben. Really good seconds bowl.
See what happens here. I reckon there might be some weight played here really early. Yep, you can see that call.
Yeah, run the jack into the ditch. You get 2 bowls out. Even get the Roseanne's bowls through the jack and kill the end.
I tell you what, he's pointed this well. Does he get some of it? Oh, he's unfortunate.
Good shot. Really good shot.
Great shot.
It's a couple away. And his bowl has sailed down but stayed on the back of the rink. So 1 there at the moment, as we saw Aaron Wilson pick up a couple of shots on the next rink across.
Aaron Wilson must have drew another shot inside.
He did, yeah. Drew a matter of inches away from the ditch, and they're having a big talk next door about Matt and Jack position and what they think might work well. Sorry to bombard you with questions, Gary, but big chat there before. I'm going to assume that means they've probably come in with some type of plan, and for all our viewers watching on at home, even that play club level bowls, would you encourage them as a team to chat before the game about what's going to be their first and maybe second plan?
100%. Yeah, plan A, B and C. And just sometimes, that little check-in at some point, you might have a structure set up within your rink. You say, okay, no matter what happens, we're going to catch up every 5 ends. We'll come together, just have a chat, just check in to see if you're happy with the length, see if you're happy with the hand you're playing. Just check in, So from a skip's position as the team manager, if you like, or the rink manager, it's just good to check in just to see how people are going in a group setting, so everyone's fully aware of what's happening and how you're feeling about things. So that's a good little a way of managing your team and ensuring they're all on track. So
probably one of my pet hates in the game is we'll go out, shake hands at the start of the game and have your trial end away from the club and the trial end going back towards the club, and then whoever's got the mat calls out to the skip and say, where do you want me to put it? You'd like to think before end number 1 there's been some type of communication go on about what we're going to try and do today.
And I don't think there's too many, strengths and weaknesses with lengths. Most of the time it's on the day, so it's the length that you find. Like most of these players are going to be happy with whatever length you play, but it's what you find on the day as a 4. So you've got to be able to manage that and communicate that to make sure you're getting the lead to throw the jack to the spot where you think you're playing the best.
So, Karen's first draw shot, just about a metre or just over that, and Des half a metre or so past. Both these thirds will look to correct. Karen, first attempt. What part of the jack does she find?
Oh, wow.
Stays with it in the middle.
So a really good part of it, Lee. Yeah. Really good part of it.
Holds on to at least one. That bowler Des can now pretty well level with Jack, so he'll have a vantage point from the mat to try and work his way inside his first.
He's close.
Very close here.
What part of the jack does he get?
What a response.
Well, Jace, who can? Des can.
You've been waiting for that one.
Stinson, you lined that up weeks ago, didn't you, mate? You've been waiting to use it.
I just looked at his notepad. He had that written down.
I think I saw him have that written down last time we live streamed Warilla, actually. So I need to get this in, but there you go. I think nearly got to go in a reel, I reckon, as a highlight.
I think there's something Aaron Tees has got to be really mindful of here too. Just looking at his scoreboard, it's 7-11.
Cole's going big here. Just gets under there. Wow, a good result. Got a kill. Yeah, sorry, Gary.
No, you're right. I just think he's just, it can skip away from him at this moment, So the next couple of ends, I know every end is important, but he's just got to be mindful that this game can get away from him pretty quick here. So be really trying to win the next couple of ends, win at least one of the next 2 or 3 ends, Just not let that margin get out on him.
You're right. The last 6 ends combined, it's 11 shots to 3.
Yeah,
in favour of Cabramatta.
Just a bit of a pattern happening, and I just feel like he needs to break that. He needs to win an end just to break that pattern.
And interesting, isn't it? Like we've spoken how well Chris Rosan's has been playing. Spoken how well Corey Thompson's been playing. Aaron Tees has played quite a few good bowls himself, as has Des can.
Yep.
It's just some of the way the angles have worked later on in the end. They haven't either been able to hold shot or rectify the situation. So sometimes
start again, Jessica Tell.
He's playing well. And is there anything you do, Gary, if you're playing well and it's not working out for you? What are some of the things you can look to do if you are in Aaron Tees' position at the moment?
There's a famous story, and I wouldn't advocate this on this surface. I wouldn't change Chris Rosan's for the world, but there's a really good story back many, many moons ago. A guy by the name of Keith Poole was skipping for Australia. He was a little guy, always really well dressed, the tie, and back in those days, the creams and all that sort of stuff. But Keith Poole managed Australia for a certain time as well, like coach of the team. It used to be called the manager back then, but he was a gentleman, absolutely brilliant player, skipped for Australia. And he had a guy by the name of Robbie Dobbins leading for him. And Robbie Dobbins was playing similar to what Chris Rosane's story has it, legend has it, that he was playing very similar to the manner that Chris Rosane's is playing now. And Keith Poole had him change hands because as good as Robbie Dobbins was playing, they're about 10 behind on the scoreboard. So Pooley said, Robbie, I need you to change hands. And Robbie said, why? I'm playing so good. He said, just change your hand. So he changed hand, couldn't get near it. And all of a sudden they won the gold medal. So they turned the margin around. But it's just one of those things, patterns of play. And you look at what's happened in this. Yes, okay. Different shot from Chris Rosane's attacking.
We're changing things up. Maybe this is the way to do it. Does he get down on the middle of the jack? Well, no, he's going to put it into the clubhouse.
The dead end. So, yeah, so I think it's just... sum it up, what's actually happened. So Aaron T's got extremely unlucky with the shot he played down to get a terrible result to drop that 3. He's probably got outdrawn by Carl Healy to drop the 2. So there's reasons why it's happened. So you've got to take that into account and say, okay, that's okay, just move on. We're 4 behind. Our team's playing really well. We just need a couple of things to go our way.
Yeah, that's what I wonder. Obviously, the next time Warilla win an end and get their choice of Matt and Jack position, do they vary things too much, or do you play or continue to try and play well on the length that Cabramatta's thrown, that you've played well, or go to a rather significant variation?
Well, another example of it is too, we saw recently the Everest singles, and while it wasn't live streamed, there was a tactic employed by one of the players, Kane Nelson, in the quarter final against Corey. Corey was outdrawing him. It was being talked about. Yeah, didn't have an answer, and he's down 20-12. Didn't know what to do. Well, he just went and started sinking jacks. Kane Nelson did. Corey only need one more shot. He went, you know what, I can't outdraw him. I can't run him. So he just went out and started sinking jacks, and probably not the tactic that you'd recommend, but he just went out and tried something different and potted them all and ended up getting up 21-20. So it's just that change up of the tactics if things aren't going your way, no matter how well you're playing.
Firm swinging bowl last time, killed the end and back to the draw, and plays it in there well.
There's probably one tactic they could use here in this particular game. You probably wouldn't do it. I wouldn't advocate it against Raymond Terrace, but they could go short here. And the reason for that is that Aaron Tees is absolutely phenomenal on short lengths. So that could, if his team can continue to play the way they're playing, and then you allow Tees to come into the game on that shorter length, that might be something they could have a look at. So I don't think ditch to ditch is the answer. I don't think with players the calibre of Karen Murphy and Carl Healy that's going to work, but that shorter length might really work for Aaron Tees. So that's probably something for Teesy to think about.
Well, at this level, you've got to look for any minor advantage that you think you may have.
This guy's just going.
Chris Rosane's.
Isn't he going well?
Brilliant.
Those bowls of Jessica Tell, she's put 2 bowls within half a metre there, but unfortunately for her, both just in front of Jack High, and 2 tremendous shots, but when her opponents got in front of it, makes it hard to find. And the Cobar kid, Chris Rosane's, the Western New South Wales player as a youngster.
That's right, yeah.
Spending a bit of time in Dubbo as well. He moved closer towards the coast.
Back in the old Premier League days, the Dubbo Rockets, I think they were, weren't they? In the Premier League days, were they the Rockets? Can't quite remember now.
Here at West Dubbo, and obviously, I think when Chris was in Dubbo, he spent more of his time at the Railway Club, where Jay Porter was. Actually, is now, club CEO at Cabra Bowls. We see Jay here this weekend, yes?
Yep.
Come down to support his Platinum side. Great to see it. I'm sure Jay would do the same across the grades if they had other teams at state finals that they get around, and CEO, and there might be a couple of board members here too that have made the trip up.
There is a couple of board members here, 2 or 3 board members, including the president. So good to see.
Can you find here Ben Morthorpe? You might be able to squeeze through here and get the bowl. Yes, you have.
Very, very good.
That's actually sat right on top of the jack. It's wriggled its way through, so it's got a little ride off the 𝗣𝗟𝗘𝗡𝗡𝗟𝗏 fourth shot, sat the shot bowl clean, and then wriggled its way all the way onto the front of the jack. It's actually a front resting toucher.
Just needs to run on now. Does he get contact with that bowl himself here, Corey Thompson?
Isn't he? Contact there.
Well, it does lift the jack a little bit away from that orange bowl.
Ah, yes, Matty McIntyre, you saved me. That was killing me. Western Warriors, that's right.
Western Warriors,
Warriors, yeah.
A little bit of both. They had the Railway Rockets at one point when they played out of the Railway Club, and the Western Warriors there as well at different times out of West.
Good memory, Jace. Rockets.
I just remember seeing a shirt when I worked at the club there. I didn't work at the Railway for long, about 8-9 months, but I remember seeing a shirt that had rockets on it. I couldn't remember if it was club or the Premier League, but yeah.
Both sides trying to find a bit of a break on the masterboard for majority of play. We've seen Warilla in front from about 7-all. It's been in favour of Warilla all the way since then, but they can't get themselves out of sight of this Bullants line-up. Quite sure who shot there, but Karen, regardless, was trying to improve the situation for her team. I think we might see something similar for Des here, Gary, trying to make minor contact here himself, sit the shot bowl or trail the jack.
Yeah, I think they're both just trying to take this shot away, get in first.
Aaron's saying turn around now and go over there where Karen's has finished in that good spot at the back.
Not too bad.
Pretty well done that.
Yeah, Carl's just trying to... He's got a good option here. He can get jack sideways. Kaz can get jack sideways movement here. Make 3 or 4, 5 maybe. She gets it absolutely perfect.
Well,
just outside the line if she's carrying that weight again.
Yeah. Know how important dead weight is to get back, don't we? So
just increase the weight a little bit from her first. I think, God, not too much. I was happy enough to try and play, 3 or 4 metres away. You see where her first bowl just went out of shot there. And for Des, much the same. At 2, 3, 4 metres away.
Attacking line for Des. Don't know if it'll hold up though.
No, it's going to get away on him.
What happens here at the front? Does he get a wiggle in and around?
One minute. That's close to shot.
Well, when you get as many wicks as I do, you can see these angles coming.
That's a skill. That's a skill. Everyone can do it the easy way.
I've never been able to get to the jack directly. I aim for the jack, but it never works out that way. Look at it. You see this coming a mile away. Look at this. Edge off that one, a few bowls tight. Edge off the white, miss the orange, hit your own bowl and then drop in.
Perfect.
It's a Lee Stinson special.
Absolutely perfect.
I must teach Aaron Tees how to call those shots in the future.
Like 30 things had to happen for him to get that result, and you've called it. Lee Stinson. Brilliant.
That'll force Carl's hand into big weight. Well, he looks like he's made his mind up. Not sure Karen's quite on board. I think she is going to back in the skip. He's trying to send the jack there, left-hand side of screen towards the Platinum Pennant logo.
Well, I guess the thing is he's potentially thinking about what 𝗍𝗟𝗓 can actually do. So 𝗍𝗟𝗓 can sit the bowl of Ben Morthorpe, the orange bowl, for 4.
Big. He's going big.
So he's just going to bash this, try and get this jack out of here. Take away all the danger.
Sort of contact does he
Gets
make?
the third and fourth shot away. So all of a sudden it's now Warilla shot, but Cabramatta with the next 4 closest bowls.
That's it. So 𝗍𝗟𝗓 needs to draw a bowl as close as he possibly can to now take the danger away for Warilla.
There's a little clap there. I'm going to assume that was the intended bowl for Aaron. I'm going to back him to be much closer on the draw than that. Is there a chance this bowl can just skim past the jack? It's got to hit it perfectly, but it may be just there.
I guess it's weight dependent too. He doesn't want that jack going back 2 metres.
No.
It's 3 down at the back, straight back there. You can see those 3 bowls on that shot there. The middle bowl of 𝗍𝗓𝗓's the orange and yellow. The other 2 dark ones there are also Warillas. So,
well, he's got to be careful. There's 2 things Jason's got to consider here. He can't be tight. So if he's going to play the backhand, he can't be tight and get the Warilla bowl onto the jack.
Yep.
And then he's got to consider, if he does miss, what can Aaron then do?
That's exactly right.
So he's got to weigh this up.
So he hits the white bowl there, Gary. White onto the orange to the shot bowl. How much movement of the jack will the orange bowl cause, do you think?
That's the question. Yeah, that was a...
E equals MC squared.
Well, it won't take much weight to pop the Warilla bowl out. If he gets that probably 3 or 4 rolls, he's probably made 4 himself. And if he misses on the high side, he's probably going to land in a pretty good position. Or push one of their own bowls back into a good position. So it looks like he's going big.
He's going big here.
He's trying to take all the danger away.
Let's see what happens.
Does he get no jack movement? Oh, he
Well, it wants to go all the way
might
out
want
now.
it out now.
If that doesn't
How
go out...
close is it to the boundary?
If that doesn't go out, this is interesting.
Well, all the bowls off screen.
Does it stay in? It looks like it has stayed in.
We'll expand our view for you in a moment.
If that bowl of Carl's has gone all the way through into the ditch.
It has.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, if he's not holding a couple now, if he can draw a toucher, he'd nearly bring those 3 back bowls in, wouldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Depending
If
on what
he's
he's
not
doing,
already
though, if
counting.
he touches the inside of the jack, he doesn't need to move it much to be out of bounds
Well,
the other way.
I can't really see the angle, but they might already count anyway.
He's drawn the shot.
That's definitely 2.
Yeah, as much as that runs on, that's still in the count.
That is the shot.
That's definitely...
And they're not
I think they've
mucking
gone to the
around.
umpire to get the
too
long
far
tape
away.
out. Going to get the Bunnings measure onto this.
Fair
So probably
ball.
that white bowl there in the middle of the picture, Gary, probably the nearer bowl of Cabramatta. The one to its immediate right is a Warilla bowl. And then all those ones there, you see there, bottom right of screen, they're all Warilla bowls. So it's going to be a matter of, so that's 2 removed. Do any of those 3 there together, just underneath the number 7, bottom right of your screen now, do any of those 3 bowls beat that white one up near Gary Kelly's name on the scoreboard?
So could be 2, could be 3, could be 4, could be 5.
Umpire originally has come out with the laser, and
That's a long laser measure,
we'll
isn't
go to
it?
that. We'll test his accuracy here on the laser. He's going to
Karen
operate
Murphy
that.
might give us a bit of a hint, maybe? No?
I don't think the players really know. It's just they're so far away. Just at first viewpoint, that one with the target on it, Corey Thompson here, right where our umpire just had that one, that appears closer on that camera angle. Does it relate to that? I think he's abandoned the laser tactic.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you'd need a Star Wars laser to get that one into
Well,
range.
he's actually
I think
trying
that's-
to measure 1, 2, 3, 4 bowls. Well, I think the modern lasers can allow for 4 or 5 measurements. Anyway, he's opted for the long tape.
What about distance, Jace? Will those how far do those lasers go?
The newer bowls line ones, I believe, are really, really accurate to within, is it 3 metres, I believe?
3
and then
metres,
outside of that, the accuracy is very, very slightly off. The older style ones, I believe it's within 6 foot where their accuracy is good. But don't quote me on those numbers, but I know just from...
You've just got to be so accurate in the setup of it, as you do with these. Of course, you want to be as accurate as you can with this long tape. So
there can
I like
be
this.
still a little bit of human error in those lasers.
So the umpire set up the piece at the jack, and he's asked one of the players just to hold that in place. Ben from Cabramatta watching on as well, just to see there. As you see the Wedlock rink score 1 next door. Another one there where one of the skips Gary saved quite a few shots. I think Aaron Wilson was a number down and removed some of the Warilla bowls. Well, if this bowl that they're going to first counts...
well, it's close, isn't it?
That's close.
Well,
that is
not close enough. But
just missing. Well, I think the other two are in. So
yeah.
it's probably 4.
Looks like 4.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, by a fair way
the
too.
way it's looking here. Let's see what the umpire confirms for us. And I think that's gone to 11 all on the scoreboard there, Jace. Is that?
Yeah, it has.
at
Carl's
the
flicked
venue?
it over to 11 all.
Okay, so 11 all. Well, this game, gents, it's been high quality affair, but fair to say it's been marred with a lot of bad luck and going the way of either side, realistically. But that was an awful result for Carl. That Jack probably inches away from being off the rink and getting to restart. And as it turned out, it left Warilla holding 3 with Aaron T's metres of room to be able to add another with his last. No worse feelings there, guys, when that Jack gets all the way out there and you haven't got any more bowls left to rectify things.
Well, there was always going to be an issue playing to that head with that weight. So, I think we did discuss it before too, the lack of luck that Teasy had with that 3 that they dropped. So that's probably a little bit tit for tat there. So, as we said, Teasy probably needed to win 1 or 2 of these next few ends, and to just keep in touch and keep the master board on track, and that's that break they needed just there. So back out to 10 shots to different on the master board, and that's hugely important at around the halfway, mate. Just short of the halfway mark. So
11-5 now, and Nick Cale Rinkett. I can see at some point, I don't know what particular part of the game, but James Reynolds has gone to lead over on that rink for Nick Cale. We mentioned Nick's rink. A few behind there to Gary Kelly, but so they've made a switch there with their front 2 players.
That's a switch we saw yesterday as well, Lee, on the live stream, remember? We saw that switch and it paid dividends, it did, on that particular match.
yeah, I think that's been their plan B, Jace, hasn't it? I think they've done it several times this year. So
Yeah.
switch Jimmy around to lead.
Well, I don't think it affected Jimmy's play, but it really helped Michael Phillips out. Going to second, he seemed to play with a lot more confident weight.
Yeah.
Probably just, being more confident to reach the jack rather than trying to play that pure dead draw to the jack. So, yeah, and Michael come into his own in that second half after it switched in yesterday's game too. So,
Boss was saying it arrived a little bit late, but looks like a cracking match. Yeah, it certainly has been so far, and there's some fortunate and unfortunate results for both sides, and some aspects the way members on both sides have played in and around 11 all, it could be argued to be about where things should be. I don't know that either one of these rinks have played so much better than their opponents, so all square. Could be a fair outcome at the moment. But 31-22, almost halfway through. Plenty of time left in this game. You weren't with us last night. Raymond Terrace winning the major semi-final. They booked their way into this afternoon's grand final. Take on the winner of this game. And undefeated season so far, Jace, for Raymond Terrace, but I don't think they'll go in with too much confidence against either one of these sides. Both Warilla or Cabramatta could certainly give the Jets a run in the grand final.
oh, most definitely at this stage of the game. It's anyone at this stage of the competition. It's anyone's game. You've still got to turn up and deliver the bowls, don't you? No matter what performances you've had beforehand, the next game's just a brand new game. So, look, Raymond Terrace will obviously be high in confidence. Their playing group will be high in confidence. You know they're going to get a great crowd here this afternoon. However, the one factor that may change the way things are delivered out there, we won't see these guys, these Raymond Terrace guys, on their same rinks this afternoon. We've been so used to seeing Matty Bouse on 7, Lee Schreiner on 8, Jay by Norris on 9. That gets changed with this rink draw this afternoon, so could be an interesting aspect of the game.
And yeah, likewise for one of the winner, whoever's the winning club here in this game. It's the second time these two clubs have been featured on the stream this weekend. So if it is the Cabramatta Bullants that get through, we'll see the Aaron Wilson rink later on today. If the Gorillas convert this lead into a win, we'll see the Corey Wedlock rink for them. So part of having that rink draw and doing those random matchups does allow variation within our coverage. We know all of you at home have your favourite players, favourite clubs, but gives you the chance to see broad spectrum of players across these fantastic sides. And of course, we had Carl Healy's rink now, Nick Hale's rink yesterday, and those Cabra fans, I'm sure, if they make their way through the grand final, will be happy enough to see Aaron Wilson rink this afternoon too, Gary.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's a favourite son of the Bullants, and I think everyone just likes watching him play, don't they? You love watching the world's best play, and he's certainly up there as one of those players.
One of our more spread out ends of the game so far. It is Cabramatta holding a couple, but does this bowl of Des can change things up?
Yeah, our commentator's curse just shut that head down, didn't it, hey? Spread out ends, really? But what a great call, Sino. Helped tighten that head up a lot then.
He's a genius.
Yeah, he is.
Also, one thing about this game so far at the halfway mark, everyone's played really well. You know, they've had their end here or there, or a bowl here or there where, you know, it hasn't been their best, but on the whole and the mix of things, everyone's played really good. So.
Karen trying to get contact with the shot bowl, missed the line. What gets moved here? Nothing gets turned past Jack High, so we heard Carl say that they have pretty good position at the back of the rink.
Yeah, a little bit of a mix there. They've got the best back.
A
couple in between as
that
well.
White bowl, into Jesse as well. So Cabra with a slight angle advantage at the back of the rink if Jack does get moved. Aaron T's with first opportunity
He's going
here for the Skips.
Switch on this forehand. He doesn't really want to tap it out on the backhand, so he's going to stick on the forehand to try and draw another shot. Another shot in the area. There's a little gap down there, just under his own bowl coming through.
They can just turn it up and in too, can't he? So
he's just trying to turn hard now. Here it comes.
Oh,
yeah,
he's got through nicely.
Good shot. Jeez, it's poked itself out there.
Hasn't it? What?
Like a red rag to a bull. If it sat any tighter, if it stood up and just stayed there, it was so hard to get at, but that's just made it a bit more.
And not really of a gap outside of Aaron T's bowl. He's going to go quick at this. He can use that orange bowl as well, belonging to Ben Moorthorpe. So once again, probably an aim pretty well at the centre of the Aaron T's bowl. If you're just either side of that, you've got a chance to get the jack moving backwards. Miss those front ones though.
Oh.
Got it anyway. It's got caught on the Corey Thompson bowl. But all of a sudden, second, third and fourth shot now belonging to Cabramatta. Watch this bowler, Carl Healy's there on screen.
It's a Benny Winther
it's
special.
It's got the Ben Winther turn.
And look where it ends up.
We get this replay through. That one firing down at the moment. Maroon one's hit 3 bowls so far. Gets on its running edge. Curls all around the pack. One side of the screen to the other.
Well, I'm telling you, that nearly outdoes Benny Winters.
Well, that bowl, you can't see it on screen, but has actually stayed in play on the boundary peg just about 2 feet past Jack High. That's where it's landed.
And nowhere near where it was coming from.
Nowhere
and it's
near, yeah.
hit a couple of bowls, got on its inside edge, curled around the corner.
So what results Aaron wanting here? Just getting another one in
needs
there
it,
close.
yeah,
Get
needs
to the
another one
back
in there.
white is also good.
3 seconds for Cabra at the moment. Needs this to pull up.
It's not, so there's a big chance here for 𝗟𝗓𝗡.
Right, there we go. There's the call from Karen. 3 seconds. Get
It's
the
a great
bowl.
view on that screen there, just past that front bowl. If he clears that, he'll get that shot bowl. No, the jack's not really available from the mat, so he doesn't have to fear the jack going to the back of the rink. Forehand. Firm weight. Missed the front bowl, and you're very close, 𝗟𝗓𝗡.
Oh, what an effort.
Superb try. Millimetres away from perfection, and I think there's a little spurt on here from the Gorillas. Corey Wedlock scored on his rink. Tees on this rink. You see Gary Kelly about to play the last bowl of the end on his rink with a big smile on his face. So
Well,
I assume that means he's probably holding on that one as well, gents.
there's a big difference out here this morning as opposed to last night in this Warilla team. They're all talking.
Absolutely.
They're smiling. There's a bit of chirp,
Yep.
you know. It's interesting to see if they'll maintain that when it gets tighter, because I can guarantee you Cabramatta won't go away. So
I wonder if someone gave them a bit of a talking to change their setup. I know Gary was a little disappointed last night with, as you say, Gary, how that last probably 15 ends panned out when things got tight and tough. Probably didn't have the ideal response. Easy for us, of course. We're sitting here on the sideline, not in the heat of the game, but fair to say Raymond Terrace had the better of play at the end and the better team response across the green as well.
you know, I think they played better because they got around each other. You know, they knew they were going to be there for each other. As soon as you go silent, as soon as you don't contribute, that creates a domino effect throughout the team, and it just creates that unwanted pressure from your teammates. You're not getting any support. You're not getting anything, you know. And there was a couple of big shots played there last night where they could have taken advantage of it, and they never did. But here, as you just said, Lee, there were smiles on dials. There was people, you know, they were all talking to each other across rinks.
Walking around, picking up someone's bowl for them. And look
it's
at Chris
noticeable.
Roseanne's. When things are going your way and you're in front of the scoreboard, you get bowls like that. That one of Chris Roseanne's, he's almost hit the front of the jack. And he's, well, not quite the front of the jack, but he's then curled around and directly behind it. Not one bowl jack high. Funny how those things, as the opposition, seem to go against you when scoreboard's down. But I think the easiest way to sum it up, gents, is that Raymond Terrace played as one team of 12. I think Warilla were more playing as 3 teams of 4.
Yeah. Especially when the pressure was on. They seemed to just lock down, got one-eyed onto their own lane, so to speak. The blinkers went on. They worried about their own rink. Instead of trying to feed off that positivity from results on other rinks like they are doing this morning. They mightn't see the shot played, but they can hear the cheers and that from the other rinks, and they're feeding into that, which is what it's all about.
And I think that's pressure, isn't it? That's the pressure that Raymond Terrace were applying. The Warilla team went quiet. They were under pressure. And I think one of the best ways to relieve the pressure or relieve any anxiety or nerves is to have a talk to your teammates. You know, put it out there, yell and scream and clap and get some of that nervous energy out of your system. It's a really good way to release
Silly
that.
laugh or a joke.
Yeah, whatever. You know, just
Absolutely.
make a light-hearted comment.
A dad joke.
Yes, they're brilliant. I've got heaps of them. It's all good.
I guess they were also fighting a crowd of about probably 80 Raymond Terrace fans as well here on the sidelines at least.
And that was just in the corporate box.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So
you've got to be up for those. They're the games you want. You want to travel away from home and do the job. Corey Thompson.
Great shot. That's a good shot. But
Played it well. And still
he's got
stop direct access to the jack. I don't think they'll be too worried on that. if they were to go firm at that, the likelihood of that bowl running into the ditch with the jack's pretty high. So
Yeah.
Carl's just asking for a small tap. Did not finish between the jack and the ditch himself.
Get another bowl close. Cut the other two out. Even if he gets a tap on the second shot, he might poke the jack out to make it easier.
Moorthorpe isn't too far away with his first. Well, and the line's pretty good. So what happens from here?
It's all weight now. Do know it will bend.
It's just not there.
Yeah.
It's not there.
Unfortunate spot. So 3 midway point for Warilla, and I wonder if Gary they'll be tempted just to draw around that Moorthorpe bowl and don't put anything on the right hand side of the jack as we look at it, or maybe the guys look at they're going to play this backhand, make sure you're outside this white bowl and down into the bottom corner.
Yeah, well, I guess the beauty of that, if they don't draw a shot, they get past the jack, they're in a good spot or receiving spot, because the only shot Cabramatta really has got on now is an attacking shot, isn't it? They've got to try and change his head up somehow.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be super firm at it, Cabra, knowing, as we said, the angles are there for them to probably see the toucher run through with the jack. So 𝗣𝗟𝗓𝗡, we're trying to get outside this white bowl, potentially draw back to count, or even get to the bottom corner.
It's just got to miss this white.
The other side's good, isn't it?
I think Nelly would have, I think in the end he's probably happy to hit the white than be under it. I think underneath it was
Getting too
going
close
to broaden
to the head.
targets.
Yeah.
He's one of these setups that absolute nightmare. Play the tougher side of the green with the hardest weight on this green.
That's right, yeah.
With
it's
not a great deal of positional bowls.
It's one of those shots that, you know, most tiffies, you'd be loving to play this. You know, it's that metre, 6 foot, 2 metres of weight, isn't it? Little swinger. You're on a good tiffy, you're like, you beauty.
Yep. You'd be licking your lips, but
Yep.
This is a whole different scenario. You play the good weight you need. You just duck right away, rips right away, very hard at the finish. Once that weight starts to come off, it really turns hard. And then you press it a little bit and it'll go straight. So I think the big thing here, the big key here is you've got to be extremely focused on your weight, what weight you want to play, and you've just got to hit that line with confidence. Play anything in between, it's going to cost you.
Okay, she's on an attacking line here, Gaz. Has she got the weight to hold now?
She's trying very hard, trying really hard.
Just wants it to hold.
Yeah, it's a good shot.
Yeah, it is a great effort, isn't
It's
it?
a good shot. She
It
couldn't have played it much
may
better.
have done. Does that bowl collect the jack? Will it
Does
connect
now.
onto that back bowl now and maybe spear it off the green with firm weight? Warilla's already decided they're going to try and get near that Karen Murphy green bowl on forehand, as we see Corey Wedlock draw one into the head and cut out a couple of Cabramatta counters, gone from 3 down to 1 down, and
She's
he's
for a
battled there
technique,
with
Lee.
Wilson.
Watch this for a technique from 𝗣𝗟𝗓𝗡. It's absolutely beautiful. Smooth release, so balanced.
No, I was watching 𝗣𝗟𝗓𝗡 on 1994, Gary Willis.
It's a great technique. Yeah, no, I would have got a couple of bounces in there for sure.
Even in your heyday.
Yeah.
Come on.
That's out in the corner where they wanted to be, near Karen's bowl, in case they hit the right-hand side of the jack.
I
As
think
you
she
look at
may
it
be
there.
going quicker here. I reckon she might be going.
Yeah. Spot on, Jace.
Take that decisiveness out of, a bit more weight and get some other results too, Happen to get wide, you might get a result off of that. Here we go.
This won't bend a lot out here.
She's definitely gone with a bit more weight and can
What angles can happen?
Get results out of that. Well,
her bowl runs on for 3rd shot. So 2 there for Warilla at the moment. And importantly, got a little receiving bowl there, so might allow Carl to think of another option.
well, the dead draw's back on now, isn't it? Again, a hard shot, this hand, this surface, but she's opened up another option for Carl.
Yeah, I think if you were to drop a 1, you'd be pretty happy the way this head's built. So see what 𝗣𝗟𝗓𝗓 does here. Probably make up his mind.
Multiple there for the Aaron Wilson rink. They're now 8-11.
Having a good chat and a bit of a laugh in the middle there. That looks a bit like a real light-hearted conversation going on in there.
I don't think they're talking anything about bowls in the
Absolutely. He was looking at his watch and was probably thinking, just shouting lunch and who's buying the first drink. And
he might have been having a slight dig at himself there because he got another counter with his last. Maybe he's saying he hasn't played that well and pointed to the clock and said, well, it's my time now. I've played one. Oh, he's still having that chat there as you see on screen. Well, Jamie Lee not getting the opportunity to voice much. Jack Lewis leading the charge there now. Aaron Wilson. Oh, no, I think they've nearly decided. Is that the silent achiever, Jamie Lee? She'll just do as requested and lob one on the jack.
No, I think what will happen there, Lee, is that the boys will do all the talking and then Jamie will make the decision and tell them what they're doing. Waiting for Carl Hilly. He's not far away. He didn't. Oh.
They got their nearest bowl, but promoted their other one up. So just the 2 there for Warilla at the moment.
I'll tell you what, Lee, that was very fortunate that orange bowl of Ben Moorthorpe's rolled a couple of times into that head because it was looking very ugly if it didn't.
Yeah, there was looking to be a count there, wasn't there? 3 or 4.
3 or 4 with a bowl in hand.
With gaps and not much to go for, so...
Yeah. 𝗣𝗟𝗓𝗓 played a really good shot down here last time. He wasn't far away. Don't think he'll be looking to change too much.
McCarl's won his last end as well, so it's back to 10 shots. So Carl can play a big one with his last here. 3 ends on the trot and back to single-figure margins. So Aaron just trying to get into this bottom corner.
He needs dead weight, especially out there.
Well, that's Cabra moved back into the corner.
Attacking again. He's going shot bowl through the jack. If he misses that and gets the other one, he's only 1 down.
He's close. And he's got the kill. That was the call. Great shot, Carl Healy.
Nearly as good as making shot. Karen said it's probably going to hit that back bowl and go out of bounds. If it did happen to stay in, they had the bowl at the back of the rink anyway. So either option worked. Had to make contact and did. So that margin just stays at 10. So a good little run for Cabra, winning on the other 2 rinks. And big last bowl from Healy. Good afternoon, New South Wales time to any of you who are recently joining in the coverage. Preliminary final, Season 3 of the TAB Platinum Pennant. Yesterday, Raymond Terrace got the first ticket to the grand final, and Warilla Gorillas and Cabramatta Bullants fighting out for the second ticket. The big dance this afternoon. Gents, it's been a thrilling season, and with a few hours to go, we still don't know who's going to win this. 3 teams left in the fight. Raymond Terrace already there. Really with a lead at the moment. And Cabramatta with that never say die attitude. Still trying to get their way through as well. And I think probably both clubs from here, irrespective of how the next phase of this game goes, if Warilla are able to go on and secure a win and maybe slightly extend the margin, they'll go in with some confidence. If Cabramatta come from double figures behind getting into the grand final, that's going to boost them up for a shot at the Jets later on. So both teams plenty to play for here, second half of this game.
it's only 10 shots in. It's still a long way to go. Cabramatta just want to keep chipping away. They just will not want this margin to blow out anymore.
As we saw yesterday, yeah, we saw 7 and 8 shots, Jace, across the green in the three ends, didn't we, on a few different occasions?
We did. They don't want that getting out anymore. They'd be quite happy to try and hold that 10-shot margin for the next few ends, you know. Okay, we've held it, now let's start chip it. They're really already starting to trying to chip away one at a time. One at a time. Get to the last 10 ends and be within, 5, 6, 7 shots max. But we know Warilla, if they blow out here, put a charge on, they could do anything.
Ben Moorthorpe, open access to the jack on his backhand. Got a little over 30 centimetres to draw a shot.
Yeah, he's pretty well pointed, Benny. Push through.
Yeah, I think right now, these next few ends, Warilla get out to a 14, 15 shot break. That's going to give them a lot of confidence going into the second half of this match. And Cabramatta, on the flip side, probably need the skippers to play shots like 𝗟𝗓𝗡 just played to get them out of trouble.
Yeah.
2 down, not a very good-looking head. He burnt that end. That could have made things start to look ugly for Cabra. So the time is now for both sides.
It's Warilla's front ends that are doing the damage, aren't they, Gaz? Really setting that platform.
Yeah, we said from the start, Jace, that was going to be the difference. If they can just lift and play to their full potential, it's going to make a big difference in the result.
Somewhat cliche, but the engine room does determine if you're going to get a win or not. It's
even the re-inclusion of Jamie Mitchell today at one of those rinks. Couldn't get through the 2 games yesterday, so they brought in their reserve for the second match yesterday, with Jamie back in action here leading up in the 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗟𝗠 rink as see 𝗣𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗟𝗓 underway with his first bowl. Holding shot at the moment, trying to add to the count, just needing this one to settle down a little. He's done it
good bowl.
pretty well. It's going to be close to counting. Still an available draw shot either way if they want to, or they may decide to go firmer at things.
Just weighing up the options here, both Kaz and Carl. Foot of movement is really also yuck for Cabramatta here, so he's looking down on that forehand between the 2 orange bowls. Get down to the Corey Thompson bowl there and stay will be a pretty good result. Get the shot out of that. Get another one in the head there for Cabramatta.
Yeah, they've got a couple of the orange bowls to work with as well.
Yeah,
one to roll in or one to work in off. So a couple of options available there.
Yeah, the bowl standing up closer to the centre line only needs to really roll over, and they're only 1 down. Kaz just get as close as she possibly can here.
She's going with
she's got a
some
bit of weight
positive
here.
weight, isn't she? Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, well, she's got rid of it.
It's a pretty available target there. Obviously 3 down, but an available head to play to. And well, irrespective of where this bowl of 𝗣𝗟𝗡𝗡 finishes, there's going to be options for Cabramatta with Murphy's second bowl.
It's an important shot here from Desi. He needs to get another bowl in the area because they can clean all 3 of those bowls out. He has played it really well too. Really good shot, 𝗣𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗟𝗡. Good shot. Yes, it's a really good question. Which one do you want me to hit? Don't just give us something. Just don't say just hit it. give me a specific
I
target.
think aim at Dez's last bowls.
Aim small,
Probably
miss small, Lee.
Yeah,
Aim small, miss small.
your motto, isn't it?
Attention to detail.
Aim at Dez's last bowl, just either side as she pushed it wide. Has, unfortunately, for her, but once again, the target's well and truly available, and similar for Tees when he goes down. There's not a lot that he can do to stop there being a pretty good shot to play. This best one for Aaron is probably to draw on a bowl inside, or to the left-hand side of the centre line, as you see there on screen, in front of Jack High is probably the best spot for him to finish. We'll see how Aaron goes. He's going to play the backhand, the inside part of the green. Obviously trying to draw a counter, but so much will depend on where he finishes as what's left available for Healy.
Well, we talk about big moments in matches. Gary Kelly's a few down on the far rink and drawn second shot. Tick one. Aaron Wilson has missed a forehand runner, which is unheard of, and dropped at least a shot over there. And now on this rink, Carl Healy is in a lot of trouble.
And Aaron Tees, I think, probably about 2 or 3 inches away from really muddying the waters for Carl. So he's got that guide. If he misses the Healy bowl, he cleans out some. Yeah, got 3 of those bowls out of the way. Left the 2 nearest the centre line. So 2 shots now to Warilla, 3 bowls removed. That's a pretty good first attempt there from Healy, as you see it here on the replay, Jace.
Yeah. My concern is that there seems to be a lot of running shots from Carl Healy at the moment.
Under the pump,
He's under the pump, isn't he? That's right. But Warilla are getting counts all the time, and Cabramatta need to turn this around so that they're the ones able to make conversion shots rather than cutting out. This could be dangerous for Cabramatta if they don't turn this around really quickly.
I'm sure he's already thinking in his mind, Carl Healy, that he's probably got a draw shot with his last bowl. A little bit dependent on where Tees finishes, but this one looks like it's a little bit additional speed. How much curl can he get now?
Yeah, that's all he wants to do is turn and burn. Turn and burn. Well, he got off of that. I think he's flopped back in for a third.
He has, yep. 3 down. He has got a bit of room.
Backhand draw, 1/2 metre either side of the jack, these 2 bowls. Be a great visual, and Karen's there gone to help him out with a really clear spot for him to draw into. So he's following with intent, Gaz.
Oh, has he got the run here?
Yeah, he's certainly up.
Oh,
he's certainly up.
Carl Healy.
Just doesn't want to be too far up now.
That's a great bowl from Carl Healy. Big bowl in the context of the match. Is that enough to get Cabrick up and moving now?
I'll tell you what makes that shot so good. Not only the first shot that he played that I would have yelled and screamed about because he took 3 bowls out, but he's had several runners over the last few ends, as you said, Jace, before. He hasn't had a draw shot for a while, so to then turn around and draw that shot, that's a huge moment in the match.
Class.
So 1 there to Cabramatta. 2 great bowls from Carl Healy. Levels things up on this rink. 12 shots apiece. 12-8. Wedlock leading Wilson. 12-6. Kelly in front of Kale. 36-26 overall after 37 ends.
Job, Jesse. Well done again, Jess.
Well played, Jesse. Well on it.
Four-hand special, mate. You got a touch, is all good.
Okay.
Well played, John.
We just had to have a quick tail move, as we see. Benny Moorthorpe there. Cabramatta now just getting a few in this head, which is what is needed. We just had to have a quick table move. We've got that sun coming through what they call the harbour bridge, and couldn't see our screens at all. We're commentating blind.
Couldn't see anything, and it was absolutely beautiful, that sun on our backs, but couldn't see the screen, so sorry about that small delay. Really good start here from Cabramatta. As you could tell, Ben Moorthorpe consolidating with a toucher. Got 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗟𝗏 on the attack.
Go back, mate.
Yeah, haven't seen this in a while. It's all been Cabramatta having to attack and move heads, but this time, shoes on Warilla's foot to move something around and change it up. Benny, I think, be just looking for a little bit of a catching bowl in behind the head here. They've got the front of the head itself all set up nicely.
Yeah, off the back of relentless pressure that Carl Healy's managed to absorb, his team had to turn around and stand up for him and try and take some of this heat off. 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗟𝗏 will run again, forehand, firm weight.
This is the hard hand to run on too, it is. Seem to be some hold, some swing we've seen on those runners down that side, so been a little bit more predictable on the inside of the green.
Yeah, and I don't think it really matters how he hits that, Jace. I think he can get a result. The jack's going to go out of bounds. Even if they get their wing bowl, he's going to get back into the head. He doesn't have to necessarily hit the orange one. Just make connection with that head and it's going to work. Right at the moment, they're 2 down anyway.
Not sure what's happening in that middle ring, but it looks like a little bit of a count to Cabramatta there too. If I'm not sure, in the middle ring. Oh, it's only one, is it? Okay.
Jamie Lee's
all
got
my colours are mixed up over there. Kaz now down on this backhand.
Yeah, she won't be trying too hard to...
Oh, she's on a tightish line. She needs weight to hold.
It's probably tighter than she wanted to be, do you think?
I'm thinking
It's
so.
definitely tighter. Yeah, definitely tighter. 𝗣𝗟𝗡𝗏 has got a really good hit on him, so I don't think he'll be messing about with it.
There's no issue with his speed, we know that.
Yeah, he's certainly got pace, but he's certainly got a lot of accuracy too most times.
Yeah, so he's just got more control here.
Okay.
That's really good.
Again, they're persisting with that backhand.
Is Karen trying to turn this front bowl over a bit and change the look of this? Just based on her line previous, it's like she wants to get to the jack. She's definitely gone wide.
She's definitely gone wider. I don't think she was meant to be anywhere near that line she was in the first bowl.
Misfire, maybe?
It was a misfire, which is pretty rare.
Looks happier there, so that's probably
You're
more
allowed
the
one
intention.
miss every 20 years or so, Gary.
Not really. I think she's got a lift. Once she
You
gets
set the example, don't you?
Once
as
she
a
gets a bit
coach?
more experience about her, I think she'll be okay, Yeah.
𝗣𝗟𝗓𝗡 going firm, weight again.
Okay.
Misses the contact, cleans up one of the Cabramatta bowls at the back of the rink. They still hold a nice little count there at the moment. And you see Carl, not sure he knows, sure he knows, but he'd be well aware that he doesn't want to offer up any additional target for 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗟𝗏. I think some of that chat, Gary's probably about where things are going to go if Aaron makes contact. Is that what that chat would be?
Yeah, 100%. He's just trying to work out. I think he just needs another bowl in the area, personally, because he can't really stop anything. He can't change anything to make it much better. So, like, potentially he could play a shot in the backhand, try and drag the jack down the line to tuck it in behind that, but it's such a hard shot to play. He's better off just getting another bowl in the area, see what damage is done once the dust settles. But I think if 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗟𝗏 makes any contact with his head, and to me, Jace, I think this runner, they've had 4 goes at this runner on the ditch side. I really think it's a forehand shot for him.
I think there's been more consistency with the turn there, no matter what
you
the
can
weight.
trust it. Yeah. So he's going to stay on the backhand. He called his teammates 4 shots on the backhand. He's going to show them how it's done. So this is how you do it, boys.
Squeeze in between
I'll
here.
show you how it's done. For shot.
Got it away.
For shot. It was definitely on the backhand, boys. Definitely on the backhand. Who's talking about this forehand stuff?
Well, there is a very low friction surface coming to the fore. We saw how things set up there early on. With that opener from Jesse, but Aaron got that bowl to spin around and left himself with first and third. And Carl now looking at whether he draws or plays the firmer weight than that.
I think Warilla on the far rink are holding at least 3. At least 3.
2 leads have confused things over there. With
They
Michael
have.
Phillips and Jesse Narona. Almost looks like they're using 2 bowls from the same set each. Doesn't
Not
it?
only that, Jimmy Reynolds and Luke Jones's bowls are the same as well.
Yeah, hardly fair, is it?
It's not.
Glad we didn't cover that game today. That would have been a nightmare for us.
Good move, Stinson. Getting them off to 7.
How good would it, boys? I haven't noticed this until I started doing this commentary stuff with you guys, but how good would it be one day if this competition where the clubs had all the same colour bowls?
Absolutely, Gary.
How
Wills.
good
I
would
think
that
you
be?
need to put it in an email to the State Match
How
Committee,
good
mate.
would that be? They'll probably get killed by all the clubs, but
I think the manufacturers would love you.
Yeah, they'd be happy. We might get them on as a sponsor.
Yeah.
Carl's made up his mind. It's backhand. What's he trying to do? Looks like at that speed he's just on the draw.
Can't draw the shot. He's had a major impact on this game in the last few ends.
He needs dead weight to get back from there. We've seen this so often down that side.
He hasn't, so 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗟𝗏's opportunity.
Draw a shot. There's a small bonus there for touching the jack, but you're just trying to draw the shot, Gary, aren't you? If you run into the jack,
Yep.
so be it.
Totally agree, Lee. Totally agree. Don't even think about touching that jack. Just think about drawing a shot as close as you possibly can. Draw a counter. What happens after that? So be it. On this surface, as soon as you think about trying to trail a jack 2 inches, before you know it, you're 4 feet heavy. You know, it's running 18, 19 seconds.
Draw a shot.
Just draw the shot.
Yep.
Yeah, so hard. Well, he's on a better line.
It's a good line. Wait now.
Played this pretty well, gents.
Oh, he has. Does he run enough to count? Does he run enough to count?
That's a great
Absolutely.
double up from 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗟𝗏.
Yeah.
A brilliant hit on his backhand, and adds to the count with his last.
And again, a skill set that we see a lot of, the two bowl play, a drive to a draw. That's something that these players practice constantly and master.
Plenty of new people tuning in. Trent Whittingham, formerly played in this competition. Now move back to Penrith. Over to you, Trent, saying that feels this game will come down to the very last end. And I think for all of us watching on, we hope you are right there, Trent. Kevin joining as well. Adam, Camo's a cracking game so far, absolutely. Mick Bedford watching on, great player as well. Mickey Bedford watching on from the sunny Philippines. Hello to you.
Hello, Mickey. I had a couple of years with Mick at Marylands back in the early 2000s. So, g'day, mate. Hope it's all going well over there for you.
Adam asking if one side of the green's a little bit tricky right across the green, and I think all hands are, are hard to master when it's at this incredible 18-19 second pace. Certainly appears though players have preferred to play the inside part of the green than the outside, but we've seen a number of pretty good bowls on the inside of the rink. Perfectly illustrated by Aaron T's last end with a good draw shot down that side. So both playable. It just seems the preference that right-hand side of camera as the first go-to for players. They're just finding the centre of the rink a little bit more often down that side.
I don't know if you just heard there, Lee, but when 𝗣𝗟𝗃𝗃𝗓 just put that front knocker in, the crowd on the sideline down there, which we can't see here, they really got up they did. So really important that is. I understand, Cabra a little way behind, but definitely showing a lot of support in trying to get this fight back happening.
Leighton Davies saying good morning from Wales, the national final later on today. So best of luck, Leighton, if you're involved in that. Hopefully the players out here at the moment are giving you some inspiration for that later on today. Joel Anderson, Warilla Club member, saying keep the pressure on. And Damien Delgado, Gary tuning in from sunny Hawaii.
Aloha.
Yeah. A pretty good attempt with Corey Thompson. His left-handed forehand with his first, and Ben Moore thought not far. So just slight adjustment of weight in line with his second. So one shot here to Cabra. Midway through our 13th end.
It's got a pretty good arc again here, fellas, I think.
It's just quicker, but does he find any contact?
Little rub and curl.
I think he'd be happy with that. Yeah, good round of applause from his skip.
Travis Moran, middle ring, it's played a bomb.
Yeah, talk about the mood in that group today. Corey Whitlock and Aaron Spears almost ran down the green to meet Travis at halfway to give him a big high five.
Must have been good for Corey to run down the green, Lee. Hey? Must have been good for Corey to get excited.
Absolutely. Takes a bit to get going, the bear. A steady breeze too, gents, isn't it? Would be having a minor effect on these bowls as well.
Yeah, well, looking on the screen, it's sort of coming from the bottom left-hand corner straight to the top right-hand corner, that breeze. There's a little alleyway there in behind where 𝗣𝗟𝗃𝗃𝗓𝗠's standing right now.
Aaron Wilson, he's been under the pump the last few ends himself. Playing some forehand runners, and he's been missing, which is very unlike Aaron.
Jay Brewster's played a forehand run of his own on the far rink and got the jack off the green, so they're going back to start again. As Des just trying to draw a good one in here close. We can turn back to the jack. It's in favour of Warilla, but not quite to be with this one. Just running a little.
Tells a story though, Lee, doesn't it? Jay Bruce running, Aaron Wilson's running, Cal Healy's running. They're under the pump, they're under pressure.
Yep.
And Raymond and Warilla Gorillas are outplaying them at this moment. Can they maintain it? That will be their ambition. And can Cabramatta contain it and absorb the pressure? They're the questions that have been asked. I think Disco likes this one. He's stalking it.
Made connection over there. Some high fives. A minor celebration. So he's only got the exact target he was after as Karen watches this one try and angle its way back in on her backhand.
She's got the right weight. She's got a bomb.
Great shot.
Great shot.
A couple of shots there for Cabramatta. The legend Karen Murphy adds to the count.
Still looks pretty good, doesn't it? Still looks pretty good for 𝗣𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗟𝗡. He doesn't like it.
He's overplayed this with that line anyway. A sort of attacking weight with the draw line. Karen, a minor gap to draw into, but trying to draw just outside her own and get to that blue and red bowl of Corey Thompson's on the centre line.
If she's got the same weight, she's close again.
Just up the speed as well.
She's just quicker. She's just quicker, that's all.
There's something interesting going on out there up the Aaron Wilson bowl. Corey Wedlock's undecided on what to play here. He's even referred to Teasy as well as Gary Kelly, and they've made the call for him. So, just wondering if he's actually down a bit of a count. Well, he's played a bomb and drawn the shot. So
There must have been something on there though, Joseph. There must have been an option on there to make a number.
Maybe there was actually, yeah.
Didn't want to take the risk probably with the board as it sits, Aaron. You need just draw weight to get back from there. Just going past. Well, does he miss the first one?
Flop.
Well, that was what Carl was asking Karen to do. Still looks like 2 to Cabra at the moment.
It's a really good shot all the same.
Oh, just a bowl or so outside the line, wasn't he? Almost curled his way back around. It's going to force Carl onto commentary box side of the green anyway.
Things are getting tense out there, fellas. I can see some chat happening. The pressure's building.
Yeah, 14 shots now and 2/3 of the way through the game.
Cal Healy's just trying to negotiate his way here, and he hasn't.
Probably prefer to miss now. Yeah, and has.
Yeah, this is a massive shot here for Aaron Tees. Very similar to his previous bowl. You get a split and a little piece of jack. You can make 3 or 4 shots here. Any movement of jack.
He got the right weight to get back.
Just up, I think. You're not going to get the turn.
I think he had the weight he needed, but he certainly wasn't.
It's really hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
Carl trying to draw to that bowl just directly past Jack High. This would be a wide, safe line, and if he gets the bend back, so be it. Yeah, and you can see he's thrown it out. Yeah, very safe. So, looked like a couple there to Cabra. One removed there. Just going to check the other, and it is 2 shots to Cabramatta. So, I'll square things up here at 14 all after 13 ends. 42-30 overall, 20 ends to play. I see more people tuning in. Darren in the Philippines. Leighton saying that game in Wales is his son playing in the national triples final with Jared Breen and Ross Owen. So sounds like a pretty handy triple.
Certainly is.
Go to war there in that Wales national triples final. More of you tune in throughout the course of the afternoon. 15 minutes ahead of 2 p.m. local time. Given the lateness of last night's finish, we did allow the players a delayed start from the original advertised schedule, and therefore our grand final will be pushed back accordingly that little bit as well. So around about 60 minutes or so from the conclusion of this game, we'll see Raymond Terrace Jets take on the winner here in the grand final. And guys, we're going to get into Sunday prime time for that. It's going to be tremendous viewing, great time to watch bowls, conclusion of everyone's weekend. Sit there, have some dinner, cup of tea or drink of choice. Watch a great finish to what's been a cracking third season of the TAB Platinum Pennant here in New South Wales.
Hey, Chris now, he's on that good arc out there. Again, needs that correct weight. He's pretty close here. That's a really good setup by Chris Rosans there. Happy with that.
Yet again.
It's just relentless, isn't he?
Like that Joe Whitehead saying, watching on from sunny Cairns, and nearly all my favourite players are on the green at the moment.
Yeah, we're with you. There's a lot of good ones out there.
Ben Moorthorpe just trying to draw in here his forehand as well. Done it pretty well. How close does he get now? Yeah, well played, Ben Moorthorpe. Curls in behind the jack.
Yeah, that's
it's a little touch.
sensational.
And of course, these two clubs, Season 1 grand final opponents. That game went the favour of Cabramatta. Cabramatta made the final three last year. Warilla runner-up as Corey's back.
He's played that difficult weight on that hand and swung nicely to the shot bowl, you know.
Maybe that was his left-handed.
That's what it is. You took the words out of my mouth, Lee. Left-hander.
So it's a difficult backhand, but a nice, easy forehand down there, you're saying.
Yeah, so Ben Moorthorpe needs to play this left-handed. I tell you what, he's done it pretty well with his right hand.
Line, isn't he?
Pretty well with his right hand. He's just not going to get back. Oof, that's
made second shot potentially.
Maybe,
yeah. Well, hopefully things okay for our friends in New Zealand. It was cyclone coming in at certain parts there, so hopefully you're all going okay. But hopefully this game giving you some entertainment while things are difficult there at the moment. Not a bad place to finish there, the way that Jack could angle across, left hand of screen.
Yep, not all bad.
Ends to go. Next 30 minutes or so critical. 3 or 4 ends on each rink. We're going to get past the 50 end mark. Could make a huge difference. If Cabramatta can halve this lead or even further, get back neck and neck with the Gorillas, or do Warilla extend this even further? So much to play for. Nick Cale scores a shot on his rink. Karen, lovely weight. Just misses a couple of bowls underneath, but gets across to that collection area as well.
Tell you what, the other thing with Warilla, they are nailing their high fives. There's no Franklin Fongs out there this morning.
I still haven't seen that. I still haven't seen it. I've got to have a look.
Yeah. There's a lot of them happening out there, and they're nailing every single high five perfectly.
A lot of work on that in training. Is that what you're saying, Jason? Yeah. High five training.
Yeah, something Wenny probably wants to work on for Platinum Pennant Season 4, I think. All taken in good fun, though.
I just got to say, Travis Marine's played another huge bowl.
Karen's going to get a second opportunity at this sit or trail shot, similar to what Corey Thompson played earlier on.
Yeah. Fortunately.
Yep. I've just seen the Franklin Fong incident. Lee's kindly showed me. I'm sure that's going to feature on many reels.
You see one of his teammates, Corey Daly, had updated it to his profile picture as well.
Has he?
Actually, I think they all have. I think Kane Nelson did too. Yeah,
right.
I think they did a team thing.
Good on with Des. Yeah, trying to cover down near Karen's bowls. Done that pretty well.
What that incident has done is Bowls New South Wales need to now go and have a look at their HIA policies and have a look at bringing in a third umpire and determining, HIAs, and do we have to...
I think that was low impact, thankfully enough. Category 2.
Category 2, called by Lee Stinson.
And I got to say, Franklin's pitch is going to be posted. There's going to be video. He's going to love every minute of this.
Done on purpose. Is that what you're claiming, Gary?
He dodged the high five on purpose.
Well, Carl Healy, you're on a better line than your teammate was. Have you sent it weight-wise?
I think there was a very different approach with Carl's shot. He was trying to draw the shot.
Yep.
And I think that's the way to approach this, is to try and dead draw that shot, to try and find that line on the backhand. Guarantees to look to negotiate his bowl.
He's trying to draw probably outside the Healy bowl.
I think so. He'll get back and still count. Get down to that orange.
That's a very good bowl
Flop in,
there.
he wasn't far away.
Carl's going to try and go firm here. Shot bowl or jack? His backhand, he's awfully close, guys.
He's nailed it.
Oh, ricochet, rabbit. Does it go out the other side?
Stayed in. Stayed in. He's probably holding shot. He's probably got at least one. Got at least one. It's a long, long way away.
Yeah, you see there, guarantees has to work with, and obviously he's going to be wide of centre line, gents, but he doesn't have to go all the way out near that jack. Probably about that blue line, I would assume, would be his target with something like the right weight.
Yeah, yep. Just really good weight's imperative here. Just .50-50 line. You don't need to be anywhere near going out of bounds, obviously, or anywhere near that ditch side. Just needs good enough weight to beat the white bowl, and he's done that.
He was pretty confident with that. He just turned around nice and quickly. Knew he'd done enough. So one shot there to Warilla. Probably the second time this game that Carl's had that connection. Hasn't gone within inches of getting the jack out of bounds, but it hasn't quite worked out.
Yeah, that was a big rattle in that, just behind the head, wasn't it? You think that's going to kill no matter what. Got a lot of rattles on the bowls. Meanwhile, they're still measuring for shot in the middle rink.
I think it's Warilla with one. Yeah, that was the indication a couple of bowls ago, and nothing has changed. So here's a time. Okay, so Jack from Chris Roseanne's gone on the ditch. Change of plan. So Matt back to the tee. Cabramatta get an opportunity to try something here. These are these little momentum shifts. Can do something here if they... Imagine if they happen to get a multiple count here, Jace. There's going to be questions in amongst Warilla. They had the opportunity to play their own length and miss that chance.
You can just hear the Cabramatta players yelling out to each other across the green too, so there's a bit more urgency in them.
Almost preempting scoring a big shot. They're sowing the seeds at the moment for what will be a bigger eruption later on if they can get a nice score here on a length that they've had the opportunity to select.
And this is the difference between Cabramatta being behind today, Warilla being behind last night. Two totally different attitudes and perspectives out there at the moment. Cabramatta are rallying together. As you said, they're sowing the seeds through some conversation there. Is this an opportunity for Cabra to get back into Warilla's minds? You know, that jack in the pit, is that a game changer? We'll soon find out, but...
And you hear where those calls came from. So they're calling across the rinks, not only just to encourage and support, create some positivity, but it's also to alert the players, come on, we've got to go here. It's time. Like, there's a bit of urgency about this, and it came from their key players. So you look across the green, it came from the Karen Murphys, it came from the Carl Healeys, it came from the Aaron Wilsons. They were the ones that were alerting the troops, we need you now. So
this is all shoulders to the wheel. One big push here for the Bullants. We've passed a few of our friendly flies over to 𝗣𝗟𝗘𝗓, but looks like that as she had to jump off the mat. Friendly patrons here, aren't they, including the flies?
They're swarming.
Friendly's a word. I don't know what's going on here.
We'll keep waving them across over near the mat there.
They've heard about the brilliant action happening here at the hangar, so they've come on in themselves to
count them in
out.
the crowd numbers. 4 players right down the middle of the rink there, and just caught out by this extreme length change as there is another dead end forced by Cale on the furthest rink.
Look at this. Warilla still just choking them, aren't they, at the moment?
He's been good, Corey. He's been good. I hope he can keep it going because he deserves to finish this game off well. He's played really well this whole match.
I'm just thinking about the last 45 sort of minutes or so, and when Warilla has held, they've had bowls like that one of Corey Thompson that have finished right in front or right behind the jack, which become really awkward ones to play against. When Cabra's held, they've probably held shot 8, 10, 15, 18 inches away, little build-up heads, and where the Gorillas have had ones to play to. And Aaron just covering early on.
Things like Benny Morthorpe there and Jace, we've said it before, on a grass green, you just want to tap that and just get that jack out, just give yourself a chance. You try and play that shot on this plastic and it absolutely cruels you. So you're better off just trying to draw the shot. Take your grass, draw the shot, stack ahead and let the skippers do that later on, I think is the key here. As soon as you try and lean on something, as soon as you try and make something happen, just with a little bit of weight, and it just totally changes that line on you.
It does, and then you all of a sudden got nothing in the head.
Yeah, and there's
nothing to work with.
There's nothing wrong with the green. The green is absolutely beautiful.
Absolutely,
it's all about mental approach. It's all about style of play. It's all about style of play. So
exactly right. It's something I noticed as well yesterday, Gary, that traditionally you sort of chase shot, of course, but sometimes on a slower surface, one that or a mid-pace screen, you could probably get your second to try and get shot, your third to try and get shot. Where this setup appears to be, if you don't get on it early, limit the damage, reduce things, build up the heads, and then allow your skip to play something later on rather than trying to chase shot all the way through the end.
Yep, all about style of play and playing to the conditions. Super important, and super important to know your role. For your leads and seconds, it's not going to look great. You're not going to look flashy. You're not going to get shot all the time. But if you can stack bowls in the head, we're going to win matches.
Absolutely.
Big difference.
Pretty good protecting bowl there from 𝗍𝗟𝗓𝗏. Just a metre or so past the jack on a pretty good angle, as you can see there on screen. Very close to where the jack's going, and Yeah, Carl's asked Karen to see there by his foot next to the shot bowl. Just asking to get one nice and close there. Build things up, draw one or two good bowls in and leave Carl with a better option later on.
Still a lot of banter going on across the rinks with the Warilla boys, so that's good to see.
Yeah.
They've got to be able to maintain that when the heat's on, though, because Cabramatta will come back at it. It's going to get tight. What a shot.
What a shot.
Wow.
Brilliant.
Made a couple out of that. Karen, great shot. I think we might see firm weight at this.
That's a brilliant shot.
What a bowl, Karen Murphy. Just trying to draw alongside it, ever so slightly quick, but played a good enough line to make a difference. As
Good shot.
Des with that target, shot bowl onto the jack, and more importantly, probably from a Warilla perspective, they won the previous end, so they'll have the opportunity to roll the jack as we get things back underway, and I'm sure Chris Rosannes will back things off ever so slightly.
Yeah, it was interesting he lost that jack too, because they hadn't really been down near the tee at all anyway, so it wasn't just a 6-foot miss, it was actually probably more like a 12-foot miss.
Yeah.
So it was a bit of a malfunction there, I think. So
But it could also be a sign of the green changing. We heard from Lee Schreiner yesterday in the commentary, you know, and Lee Stinson also noted it, that all the players, the local players, as it dries out, it actually really gets quicker.
Yeah, right.
It's like a grass surface,
Okay.
unlike your normal plastics. As they get warmer and drier, they generally slow.
Yep.
It seems to work opposite here, as Lee Schreiner mentioned yesterday. So.
Okay, well that's interesting. He has thrown the jack back to where they had previously been playing.
Pretty good opener there. That's in that. You love owning that little area at 2 or 3 feet past the jack.
Yep. It's a key area, isn't it? Set yourself up for a good head, to build a good head, something to play to.
Yeah, that's right. Work back from as well, rather than trying to push up and over bowls. You see that so often. It's so difficult, isn't it?
Another good one here from Jesse as well.
Crowd in this afternoon, building, gents. See more and more people arriving. No doubt local fans coming to watch Raymond Terrace. They've built a little cauldron there with seating down the middle of the green. Now that we're back to the 3-rink only setup and not requiring the full green today. So there'll be people, no doubt, when Raymond Terrace take the green later on, covering all parts down that centre of the rink, in and around where we are to the other side of the green. It's going to be loud and proud for the Jets, and one of these two sides is going to have to handle that pressure if they want to take out the title. Jesse 𝗟𝗑𝗡, well played, couple of good lead bowls.
Yeah, this is very good.
It's a good one, this one.
Right across now, full over, good shot.
Say, Jay Brewster's stepped up a great deal the last few ends over on the far rink.
Yeah, they're holding well over there at the moment. A few bowls still to go, of course. Only the thirds at the mat at this moment. Saw Aaron Wilson get a fortunate result next door as well, so he was down and got a lucky result to hold shot with a few bowls left to go there. So, and of course Jesse holding a nice head here. So things in favour of Cabramatta on all 3 rinks as it currently lies. Be a great result for them to retain shot across the green, get back into a single-figure deficit and work their way back from there.
He's finishing a good home there too, Benny has.
This is building into a good head for Cabra. Teasy needs one of his men to pull something out of the bag for him.
Pretty nice smooth release there, Corey Thompson.
He's in a pretty good area, Lee, isn't he?
just going to cross the line. Is he? No, he's doing his best.
Down to the
Well, I'll
bowls,
take
good.
that.
That is good.
Yeah, a big round of applause from his skip there. That is a nice, tight second shot. Yeah, Shane Evans, we'll see you later on. Going to make his way down to watch the grand final. Yeah, probably shaking to be in and around the 4 o'clock mark, given we're a little past 2 p.m. and some play left to go here, gents, before we determine our winner.
Wonder if Shane gets a day off or he's out on the highway as usual. He's a truck driver, isn't he, Shane? Be good to see you, mate.
This will be probably another defensive attempt at the moment for Warilla, just trying to build another one into the area.
Okay. This is an interesting shot. Are they playing the forehand here?
I believe so. Gary, just try. They're conscious of not getting their own bowl through the jack on the backhand and just moving things in favour of Cabramatta. So just trying to get another close bowl. Aaron did say that can finish near that back orange one and help the cause for the team.
Looks tight though. Pretty well weighted though,
Good
isn't
speed,
it?
wasn't it? Yeah, really good.
Looks like Cabra looking to. Is that looking to put a positional bowl, or is that talking about movement of jack? Not sure there.
Gary Kelly down 2 on the head at the moment with 1 bowl in hand. His weight's good, his teammates are interested. He's trying a shot, Gary Kelly. It's Nick Cahill on the far rink.
Pretty good one there for Karen as well. Gets a nice tight third shot. Like this is state of the game, Gary. This is a defensive end now, I think, for Warilla. Just close this down. Got a good second. Take your medicine. Be happy if it ends up that way. Another close bowl here for Des. He drew perfect weight with his first. And he's done this pretty well.
This is a
Close
really
here.
good shot. That's about as good as you can get from 𝗣𝗟𝗓𝗓. Really good shot. Well played. Ones won't hurt them at this stage, boys. Ones won't hurt Warilla at this stage. So you think in the mix of things over the next 14, 15 ends, they're going to win a couple of ends. But if they drop ones, they're not going to hurt them. So
There's a lot of rink management goes on now, doesn't there, Gaz, across the rinks?
yeah, well, I think you're encouraging everyone to keep it tight, keep doing what you're doing. But in the back of your mind as a skipper and the calibre of their players with Aaron Tees, Corey Wedlock, Gary Kelly, and their experience, they know that they can afford to drop ones. They don't need to do anything stupid. So. Teasy had a little bit of a thought in his head around just bringing the jack on his backhand, but I think common sense prevailed. 𝗣𝗟𝗓𝗓 just said, mate, just get down in there forehand and just cut this off.
Well, I'm not sure, Gary. I think he's going back to the mat as he clears something out of his shoe there. I have a feeling he is going to go on the backhand and try and draw the absolute perfect back toucher.
You reckon he's going to try? Okay, yeah. Around that.
Correct.
Fall backwards onto the jack for 2.
I believe so.
Okay.
As he lines up on his forehand.
Okay.
Well, he's completely
we've got a lot wrong, Stino.
It was a
There we
good
go.
thought. It was a good thought.
He did talk. He's
I got
race there, but they've talked him into playing this firm bowl-to-bowl shot. Took on that little swinger to try and get Thompson through that white shot bowl belonging to 𝗣𝗟𝗑𝗓𝗓.
Yeah, I don't think he needed that weight, did he? I actually don't like that weight. I think that could potentially open something up for then Carl to play. Like if he had have got the Ben Moorthorpe bowl through solid onto the split, he could have folded his bowl out Jack high. Carl sits it for 4. You know, so just little things like that. Just need to be really mindful of. Sure, Teasy didn't mean to be that heavy. Shane Evans has come back. He's got the day off. Good on him. Well deserved.
Carl
Close
trying
to
to
this.
change things up here. Gets it to the back of the rink, spins some bowls through.
They're all
You can
his.
hear him say to Karen Murphy, I was happy that your last one got us the deepest bowl. It's like a couple there at the moment to Cabra. And he's laid the challenge now to 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗠. That was probably a case, Gary, that where it was situated, it was going to be incredibly tough for a multiple count to Cabramatta. And despite opening up some room for Aaron, he knows it's not going to be easy for Aaron to draw this perfect.
100%.
And even if he does, Carl has last say.
Yep. Another good hit from Carl Healy. And pressure right back on 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗠.
Well, Carl's had plenty of practice at it this game, unfortunately. I don't say that lightly, but he's had to play a lot of runners, hasn't he? Does he get a clear run here? He does, Teasy, but is he up now?
No, he's not. It's going to be a free kick for 3.
It's a big bowl. These are the ones that you must have count.
This once again, 2-bowl play. Huge from Carl Healy. Well, he's not out there either.
He just needs to...
Needs
Looks
just to
like he's
run.
going quicker than the 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓's last bowl, and he has.
Yep.
It's going to do
Up,
enough
up,
for a
up, all
third.
It is 2, yeah. Good shot.
Big
2
for
good
Cabra.
shots.
Three in the end to the Bullants. Well played, Carl Healy. You know, took a risk there by giving 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓 some room. That was their way to get a multiple count. They narrow the margin back to 10.
Still game on, fellas, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And they didn't want that 3. They didn't, you know, from Warilla's perspective. Cabramatta certainly did. But,
I think Carl caught Aaron a little bit unawares there. I don't know that 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓 knew that particular shot was coming, and probably didn't feel like Carl was going to give him that chance to draw. So calculated risk, I guess, taken from Healy, and it paid off with Aaron missing the draw and him being able to add to the count for a 3.
a great way to back it up.
Well, that's a great start after picking up a 3. They knock one right on it. That's sensational. Look, Carl Healy would have also used the Lee Stinson calculator and worked out risks and percentage and probabilities and everything too, I guarantee you.
Statistics.
I'm not even going there with that word.
Well, between the three of us, we work it out. Yeah, we work it out eventually. Yeah, we get there.
It would be horrible solo, wouldn't we? So Jessie ideally would love to add half a metre of weight onto her first. Finishing behind it. She certainly added some and going to finish in at the back. Yeah, well played, Jessie. 2 terrific bowls.
Yep.
1-on-1 behind. I've heard that before somewhere.
Really good. Really good.
A couple of issues on the far two rinks. We had the thirds running, and I see Nick Carl's also running for Cabramatta, so it's not generally good signs when there's...
Well played, Chris Rosan's.
Yeah,
Once again, Warilla with a nice, tight second shot. And you can already tell with that almost front toucher of 𝗣𝗟𝗑𝗏 that that little scoring zone, 2 or 3 feet past the jack, could come into play later on in this end. So Cabra trying to build up that area. Ben Moorthorpe, first opportunity. Bit of Cabramatta quite some time now. Gary, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Yeah. No, he's... I can't remember how long he's actually been there for. It's a long time, yeah. He's a stalwart at the club. And in the region, been around there a long time. Been a part of so many Cabramatta winning teams over the years, so he's been part of all of those Grade 1 Pennant wins for the last 20 years, you know, so he's been in there or thereabouts.
Gary Kelly scored 1 on his end there against Nick Cale. Can't quite narrow that gap any further. Important bowl here for Corey Thompson coming up. They need a bowl half a metre to a metre past, just in front of the Oranges.
Yeah, there's a little catchment happening in there for Cabra, isn't there?
Big discussion again on the middle rink. Aaron Wilson trying to work out what shot to play. He's 1 down on the head. He's going to try and negotiate some risk whilst trying to make a shot.
Now, this is as requested by Skip Thompson.
Yeah, really good.
Just
finish
about
right
perfect
in that
position.
zone to protect a major number as Aaron Wilson misses with his first attempt over there on the middle rink. So a couple of skipper's bowls still to go for Wedlock and 1 for Wilson. There on there, 19th end. Certainly looks like that's going to be the first rink finish. Probably not too much of a surprise, Gary Willis, at Corey Wedlock and Aaron Wilson, the first game to be concluding.
Yeah, there's no mucking around with those guys. Corey Wedlock. He's changed the head. It's a great shot from Karen Murphy. Gives them really good options. Des will just try and draw this shot off on the back end. He'll come out of the sun and start ripping.
If he's got dead weight, he's close. That will rip home really late there.
Well, it has been, but it didn't.
Just lacked an ounce of pace, didn't it?
Did. He just needed a foot of weight, didn't he, really?
Just wondering if that little harbour bridge of sunshine's just changed the
Yeah,
profile of the
possibly, yep.
carpet out there, but that has been ripping out there.
Murphy, can she beat her own bowl? She can beat her own bowl. She's going very close to counting. It's another handy bowl in the area. Doesn't change Des Cairns' shot.
He's got a good guide there with his first to try and just work in underneath his own.
Definitely tighter. This could be one of these good bad bowls. His weight was really good. It's really good.
Carl's going to be tempted to try and touch the Jackie's backhand right of screen to... Can he potentially get enough for the Jack? Bring in the green Murphy bowls.
46-35, 11 behind, still 13 ends to play. Doesn't really want to be trying to open this up yet. He's got one in the hand. It's a pretty good one too, isn't it, really?
The hard thing is he knows the class of opposition coming behind him, but Aaron's going to try the same thing as Corey Wedlock scores a 1 on that 19th end against Wilson, so 15-10 that board. 12 shot gap, 12 ends to go.
Yeah, well, he's got two options here. He sticks on the forehand, just tries to draw a shot, gets a little tap to try and make 2, potentially 3, which probably 2's doable. 3's probably not. The backhand, he can actually draw a shot, take that shot away from Teasy and trail the Jack probably 6 inches, 6 to 8 inches for 3 or 4. He's just indicated that he's shaping up on that backhand. The issue is that he leaves, obviously sits his bowl, the 𝗣𝗟𝗘𝗡𝗚𝗓 bowl first, and then flops out and gives Teasy a better shot to play. But I think it's worth probably trying to play, just even get another bowl in the area on either hand, and then play a big one with his last one if he doesn't get the Jack with this one. So.
Healy has chosen the backhand. Just needs to find its way underneath his bowl if Des can.
Weight dependent now.
Just going on the wrong side of it. But another one in that little corner. I wonder if that's going to tempt him similar to last end.
Guarantees. He just needs absolute dead weight. Dead weight to sit on the shot bowl and stay there himself. And I'll tell you what, if he can hold, he's not going to hold. It's going to go. Little
Weight
slide.
was good.
That's taken that shot away from Healy.
I think Carl's going to come back and try and play this 2 feet away. Try and almost make the other white bowl the nearest. Touch the shot bowl onto the Jack. Move it just in front of the other white bowl to make it a count of 3.
Yeah, I think this is probably going to be more positive weight than it looks, because I think he's looking at an edge of a bowl or sit the second shot through, or if he gets the edge of the outside Corey Thompson bowl, he can take his weight off and get back to the shot bowl to spring the Jack. So probably I don't know, what do you reckon, boys? 6-8 feet of weight, something like that?
Depends whether he can get to it perfect. If it's perfect, it's less than that. If he needs, as you say, to get contact first, it's more...
His line, he's wanting perfect weight here. Yeah, perfect draw weight with that line. He's played that draw line with that 6 foot on, hasn't he? Yeah. And so that's what happens.
Yeah. Aaron's got to try and draw directly around his own bowl, right where his foot is. Chance to draw the perfect shot or take the medicine and be 1 down.
Probably not a bad option for Warilla to take their medicine here, isn't it? But, you know, something like Teasy, they don't like giving stuff away either, do they? Hey?
Well, he knows the worst he's going to do this end by playing the right weight here is lose 1. If he plays a perfect one in between the gap, and if he is to draw a shot, he probably needs to be through where that gap is anyway. Yes. So he can play it as if those bowls aren't there. Okay. Set that one outside. Didn't want to be tight and cause too much damage. A pretty good weight for it, didn't he? Daniel saying he had the honour and privilege of playing against both Jesse and Carl at a mixed event at Penrith last week. So enjoyed that experience and to see the best of the best in action, and the beauties of our sport, guys, isn't it, that tournament level, you can pay your money, enter any event, and potentially get drawn against Jesse and Carl, and it's hard to win the game, but what an opportunity to come against the best.
Yeah, it doesn't do a lot for your margin in a tournament, does it? But anyway.
It's a funny sport, you know. You can sign up, never put a bowl down in your life, sign up today, play someone like Aaron Wilson tomorrow if you get into a tournament. It's not too many sports you can sign up today and play a world champion Commonwealth Games medalist tomorrow.
You're right.
You probably don't want to, but that's the experience our sport can give.
Jessie in that little scoring area with her first, just past Jack, and Chris going to do something similar here himself. Very good lead bowls from both players. Two good bowls from Jessie, just in and behind once again. Well played.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just missed getting shot, but finished in productive areas.
Another big shot from Travis Moran in the middle rink.
Chris trying to make that perfect correction on weight. Just drops a little short. Easily done. Oh, yeah, Daniel Sani went down by 7 shots to Jesse and Carl. So fair effort. He says it's not too bad. I agree. Probably did better than any of the three of us would have done in here.
Well, good high line here. Right weight, you'll get all the way back.
Yeah, crowd not quite sure who to cheer on here. Yeah, there's a sprinkling of Warilla and Cabramatta club members who have made the trip north for the finals, and for the Raymond Terrace crowd who are starting to build to cheer on their team in the grand final. I don't think they know who they may want to play, so they're just watching on, enjoying the bowls without giving anything away either way.
He was swallowing that Jack the whole way.
It was, jeez. Like he was all over it, and then all of a sudden he's
half
18
a
inches
foot,
away.
it's nearly got hit a right angle, hasn't it? Wow. Big call out over there. Nick Carl has made a multiple. It's like 2. It's important. So it's under now in single figures, that margin it is. So.
Seems like it's the first time in a long time. It's hovered at 10 to 12 for a very long time. Now they just need to do the next bit and get it within 5. 10 to go. They'd love to be no more than 5 behind playing the last 5 ends.
Corey Thompson. Brilliant. Oh, was he unfortunate there? He was. Good bowl.
Bad. Not all bad.
No, it's
The
not. No.
next touch is the big one now.
Big chance here.
Whoever gets in first from where it is, he's going to dominate this end. Next one in wins.
Karen can play a really good bowl here and help really lock this away now. I think she's looking for a little trail straight down through the jack. Any sort of length, probably no more than 2 foot, I'd imagine. It's a simple draw the shot really, isn't it? You're not trying to trail a jack, it's just draw the shot and then probably run into it anyway. So she looks high.
This is the
Just
test
quick
of
as
character
much as
now as a team, as a 12 of Warilla. This is going to govern whether they win this match and whether they go on to be competitive in the grand final. Is if they can maintain their noise, they can maintain their positivity across the green right now. When things start to tighten up, which they will.
There's Des. Well, he's going for the firm toucher option.
Yeah, right.
Swing, but he might get lucky. Doesn't. Not too bad though.
Does get a bowl of theirs in past Jack High. So that does protect a small amount of danger. One shot there at the moment to Cabramatta.
First one touched and the second one was a nooks touch.
Carl
Be nice and confident.
just assessing the options. Just
You're trying to get in. Lean the ball through.
heard that perfectly there from Carl Healy. Great how we've got those outside microphones. You can hear what the players are asking for.
I think he'd be secretly hoping that she gets a ride off this front but narrow bowl, and she's very close to it.
Yeah.
She got a skim off that bowl, and Jack straight up the line was massive with the weight that he was calling. I think that's what he would be hoping for, but now it's left Warilla in a really good position.
Yeah. I think Des will back off the speed here and play a similar shot to what Karen was looking to do. Trail the Jack and meter. Turn the 𝗟𝗓𝗓𝗠𝗓's bowl from the centre line into play.
Not far away, boys. Far away.
Off that, that's a great shot. Desi can.
That is massive.
Really good bowl.
What do we say, gents? Who can? Des can.
Well, yeah.
Do you want us to go up with you? No. Do you want us to go with you?
Well, the Aaron Wilson ring picked up a 2 as well across there.
Just a couple of bowls in a row. Set things up for Warilla at the back of the rink. And Des took advantage. Got right in the area. Had his own bowl to hit up or trail the Jack. And as can be the case when you're in front, he turned it directly onto their own bowl to sit there. A couple of big bowls coming up for Healy. Owns the back of the rink. If he gets the Jack in. Yeah, absolutely. There's as much chance as hitting this as drawing second shot.
Oh, that's wide. Yeah.
It's too wide. This is the moment, as I said, this is the moment that Warilla need to stand up, because here come Cabramatta. Nick Phillips has played an absolute bomb on the far rink. Cabramatta holds shot over there. Aaron Wilson's just picked up a couple. The margin's within 7. 9 ends to play.
Interesting call here. Des has asked him to draw a toucher on the forehand through that sun patch. Looks underneath, but does he do enough to count? Not quite. Thought he might have gone to the far corner. Trying to get that edge of the ditch. Carl hits this Jack. He's closer. What does he get? Oh, this is underneath. That is millimetres away. What a great attempt, and that is a bullet dodge. You see there on the replay. Carl knew he was close. Just underneath as the players jump up and, well, a centimetre off making contact. Even the inside part of that Jack might have got it towards us and out of bounds.
Well, every shot matters, and the one in Teezy's hand has to count. He has to do everything he can to get this in the count. He needs 2 feet of weight on his last bowl.
Well, I think he's got the weight.
Definitely got the weight.
Right.
That's a good shot. That's a huge pickup.
Yep. 4 shots is massive at this time of the game. Just as Cabramatta are making that fight back, Warilla come back with a counter punch.
Yeah, it's a wounding blow. That one there, 4 shots. Des can. Terrific conversion shot. Was able to turn things in their favour, and just the way it landed, Gary, it almost forced Carl into that aggressive shot. If he could get the Jack, it's going to work in their favour. Wasn't quite to be, and as a result, 4 to Warilla, and they go 11 in front again.
Yeah, and it's getting to the stage where we're going to start seeing Cabra maybe try to manufacture shots. 11 now, 8 to play. next couple of ends really important. Probably still trying to play the good, consistent, solid play and try and get a couple of ones in the next couple of ends. Just tighten it up. If the opportunity comes up for a 2, go for it, 2 or 3. But
this is brilliant from Chris Rosanes here. That's exactly what they needed.
Yep. Warilla have got a chance to put this to bed in the next couple of ends as well.
Yep.
So.
Very traditional, more old style delivery. Gary, both feet together, no one foot in front of the other there for Roseanne's.
Yeah.
Got the tradition with the socks up a little bit with the logo on it.
It'd be nice to see those up to his knees. Eh?
I suppose you
Pull
want him
your
to have the
socks
brown shoes on too, mate.
Great shot. Great shot. He keeps playing bowls like that. He can wear his socks however he likes them.
Absolutely.
Good shots.
Actually, we're doing one of them this year. It's the 90th year of our bowling clubs, and then we're having a retro day where it's new school uniforms team up against an old school uniforms team. Creams,
Cool.
brown shoes. They're a must for the old school team.
Yeah,
we're
that's
looking
awesome.
forward to that this year.
Yeah.
Jesse, 2 well-weighted bowls, just missing underneath, and plenty of things happening at your club as well. Jason, I saw a big announcement at Yamba earlier this week.
Yeah, big announcement. We'll just watch this bowl of Corey, but yeah, big announcement. Something we've worked on for quite a little while now. A lot of pieces had to be moved, but see Corey here, just that weight just holds out, doesn't it, down that side? Yes, we've jumped in with World Bowls, or the World Bowls Series, I should say, and we're running a World Bowls Series event called the Northern Rivers Open. There's us and 7 other clubs. It's run like a mini Australian Open, a little bit smaller than the Victorian Open. We're looking at singles, pairs, triples, men's, women's, short format games, and all competitors. The idea of it is the players that come along, they can earn World Bowl Series rankings points. We're one of 40 events across the world, so yeah, very, very happy to be involved with that.
Further details there, Jason, via the Yamba Facebook page and on your website, no doubt.
Yes, the best place would be to go to the World Bowl Series website. You can see all the events on the World Bowl Series circuit. Conditions of play, entries, prize money, breakdowns, it's all there. But yeah, very exciting for us to just showcase our area as well on a world stage. Yeah, we're really excited, we are. So looking forward to it.
Fantastic. Is Thompson, his second one. He's going to make contact with Moorthorpe. Will probably be 1 to Cabra at the moment, but Warilla have it well surrounded. And at this stage of the game, having 3 of the 4 closest bowls is a good result for them. Looks like Cabramatta holding on each rink at the moment. Minor counts, but nonetheless, Gary, they need to win the vast majority of the remaining ends, don't they?
They do, yeah, 100%.
It's a must.
Yeah, you can guarantee Warilla's going to win at least a couple of these remaining ends. So Cabramatta are going to have to do everything they possibly can to win the majority and probably pick up a number along the way somewhere.
And quite sure if he did enough to make a second there with his last. Or Aaron going in to have a really close look at that.
I think Aaron Wilson, thanks to a couple of great bowls from Jack Lewis, is holding a 2. Cabramatta's got at least 1, just 1, I think, on the Nick Cahill rink. Desi can, if anyone can. You got me, Lee. You got me. I'm saying it now. Anyone can. Des can. He's got a great
Just
line.
travelling.
Just a little fraction heavy.
Does he nestle in at the back? Not quite, just goes over the lip. Karen will be down on the same hand, trying to get to those bowls just in behind the jack, belonging to Chris Rosannes.
Well, it must be close. They've called an umpire on that far rink, so umpire for the second shot. It's definitely 1-2 Cabramatta, though.
Fellas, I'll tell you what, if you include the flies, there's about 400,000 watching this game.
And I tell you what, if they sign up on Facebook, you'll get your 1 billion. You'll get your 1 billion followers.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
Colleague Nick Hind to be happy. I believe he's probably down at Cabramatta at the moment. Two colleagues, Andrew Lynn, Nick Hind, will be down there setting things up for State Junior Championships play at Cabramatta tomorrow. So, afternoon, gents. Hope you're having one afternoon, getting things ready in preparation for that week. And I think, is this another state of the game one, Gary? This is not too adventurous for.
Well,
for
I actually
Des?
think it is. I think Teesy's got him playing a searching bowl here, so I don't think he really.
Hard weight.
I don't think he needs to. I'll see him just draw the shot, to be
Yeah,
honest, but
hard weight.
he's got him searching. He's going to need to hold. He's trying.
Does he spin this orange one out? Well, still at least one to Cabra. Hard to tell whether it's a second. As see on the adjoining rink that Corey Wedlock has missed his first attempt to narrow the count on their final end. Wedlock and Wilson, and it was one shot confirmed for Nick Cale on the back of that umpire's measure over there. So as you called, Gary, 1-2 Cabramatta brings them back within 10. A few minutes left to go.
Jeez, what is he, Jace? He's just one down, you think? Two down?
I like the 2.
Two down. Okay. So, dead
Angles are
drawing.
deceptive. I think it's the two light green bowls are definitely. I'm going to say they're definitely in here. Teasy now.
Looked like dead draw. Way out of the hand, didn't it? Certainly. Dead draw line. He's trying really hard.
Well,
Great effort, Aaron.
It's still got
Squeezes through.
2.
So 2 shots to the Aaron Wilson rink as that game ends up 15-14 in favour of Corey Wedlock. So they'll have the nervous weight now. Gents, 4 ends on this rink, 2 on the other rink to decide what happens. Also, there is an extra end. The players could come back out, 1 end on each rink if scores are tied after 63 ends.
Love to see that. I think we saw it at Inner Region this year, didn't we, Lee?
Carl
Certainly a
here
final a
leads.
couple of years ago as Carl
Trying to get back to the Warilla bowl. He's just pressed on that a little bit too hard. If Aaron Tees can play a similar shot, if he can just back a foot off, he sits his own bowl, he'll nearly come back in for shot and be in a really good position. I wouldn't change too much. Doesn't need to change too much at all.
He is running after this with purpose. He likes it.
Oh, I hope
Tied
he's
up.
got weight because that will swing.
It does have their
Gets
own
his own
bowl to
bowl.
squeeze though. Doesn't get it.
Cabramatta bowl.
Lifts it far enough that it still is only one. Perfect side toucher.
Yeah, another really big shot here Another opportunity for 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗓. Draw another shot, makes it 2, makes it 6 the diff overall. Draws a toucher, makes it 5 the difference overall, and he's close.
𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗓
Dead
doesn't
weight.
get to this, Jack.
Oh, he's got it. 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗓, what a shot. Oh, did he flop out? He's definitely got 2. Did he get the 3rd? Either way, what a sensational shot.
Couldn't have played it any better.
Having a good look at this. I'm going to back him in for 3.
Going to measure. Steady hands of Karen Murphy.
Because I've backed him
With the
in,
task.
that'll probably guarantee only a 2.
2 has already been added to the scoreboard you see on screen.
Oh, that looked like a bigger touch there. There could be an umpire here.
Kaz likes it.
Don't tell me I've got one right.
I think, mate, you're all over this. You've got it.
It looked like 3 there based off that measure. Des going to confirm.
It's going to make it.
Well, that is awfully close. And the umpire into action. So just a reminder, 2 shots has already been added to that score.
So it's either 6 the difference or 5 the difference, pending measure.
On the far rink, they're midway through their 20th end. Only 1 shot at the moment to Warilla, but quite a bit of room over there as their thirds go back for their opportunity to make an impact on that game. Oh, comment in there. Patch Lewis, afternoon to you, Patch, saying how good's the scoreboard attendant going? No praise like self-praise, Patch, so well done. Attending to the board. Over there, a few rinks away from where we're sitting.
He's obviously listening to us, so he'll get that message in about 7 seconds, won't he? Listening through the Bowls New South Wales YouTube channel. He's got a smile in his face over there too. I think he's just heard it.
Out with the laser this time. Jace, there he is there on screen. Just to the right-hand side of the board. Patch, a man on the other side of the board. Gary, very familiar to you?
Yeah, that's my father sitting over there, Peter.
This is where the laser comes in handy, this kind of length. And it is the Warilla Bowl deemed closer, so 2. So that score remained. 2 shots were already added on.
It's interesting, that one, hey, because I didn't get to see the second measure, but definitely the first measure looked like there was more. Anyway, players are happy.
When Des measured, it looked awfully close. I missed the first one. I was the opposite to you. I didn't see the first measure, but saw the second one that Des did, and it looked awfully close. Oh, just a few ends to go. Cabra have done what they needed to do and strung some ends together across the green. Aaron Wilson picked up 2 on his final end. 2 shots there to the Healy rink, and Nick Cale won his last end as well. So, got 5 shots in a row across the green, and if they could win these next 2 ends, Gary's probably the key, isn't it? Carl Healy win this next end, and Nick Cale wins his next end, and all of a sudden things really will be tense right to the end as Jesse Cattell kicks things off with a very, very good opener.
I think if they manage to do that, it's anyone's game then. I think it's, that pressure, that shift just changes the whole approach, and it could be anyone's. And somebody mentioned earlier, I don't know who it was, last end job. I don't know who it was, but Nostradamus maybe or something, I don't know. Great shard again from Chrissy. He's had a wow of a game.
And on the opposite side of things, I guess if Warilla win the 2 ends currently in play on these remaining rinks, that they will be a long way to securing their place. Glenn Dixon just jumping on to remind you that, Jason, you still haven't got one of those measures right with just 2 scored.
Good point you make, Glenn. Yes, very good. He's not the only one in commentary that hasn't got one right. I've got to put my hand up there too.
It's all right, mate. When North haven't come to Yamba in the state ones, they mightn't win one either. Just remember that.
Fighting words, fighting words. Love it.
Still available there as 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗟𝗠 shot. Early stages here on end number 19. I did see on the far rink Nick Cale have a drive with his first bowl and unsuccessful. So it still looks like a couple of shots in favour of Warilla there at the moment. But Nick, of course, 1 bowl still left to play. And big bowl coming up for him in the context of the game.
Big bowl from Gary Kelly too, because he can close that. He can close that head off over there. If he can move that jack or the shot bowl, get back to the jack, it's going to make it nearly impossible for Nick.
I might even ask our team if they can hear me at the side. If we can get a camera pointed at the far rink for this next bowl that's about to come down, I think our viewers would love to see that if that is possible.
There's a bit of a count on over there, I think, for Warilla at the moment. Nick with his last bowl.
Definitely 3, Jace. Definitely 3 to Warilla at present, with 1 bowl remaining from Nick Cahill.
So there it is, viewers. We might even hold this shot. Once Ben lets this bowl go, we'll keep an eye on how things are going over there. Nick Cale on the mat waiting to go.
Big bowl in the context of this match, I think. Nick Cahill really needs to get this. Gary Kelly's still got 1 to come afterwards, so if we can get back to that shot would be good.
Here it comes. So Nick Cale, his bowl's underway. Let's see what happens here, viewers. Gets a bit of the jack, but it stays in, and that's in favour of Warilla at the moment. This is numbers at the moment for the Gorillas.
Well, I'm not
They're holding at least 1 with plenty of room for Gary to add to the count. So we'll get you a final score for that particular end in a moment as Corey Thompson has played a couple of good bowls here. So up and down for shot. Now, rink at the moment. It's a smaller amount of Lance bowls. Bottom right hand side of screen there. 2 whites and the orange.
There's a little bit of a number there for Cabramatta possibly, but how does the jack get back there is the question.
Yeah, I feel like probably going to play a shot here, Jace. A hard shot, but the Kaz try to sit the bowl, or if she just happens to feather or slice the jack out.
Great.
There was 3 shots there to Gary Kelly.
It's a big end, isn't it? Big end.
Yeah, so they extend now 54-45 after 59 ends. That's an unfortunate result. We saw Nick, thanks to our team for getting that angle for us. He made contact, didn't get the result he needed. So they're commencing their 21st and final end on the far rink as we still continue on with Karen Murphy on end 19.
Draw me shot.
Yep.
Draw me shot.
Shots, 4 ends. There's multiples needed now. Ones aren't going to do it at all for Cabra. Do they have to go early and try and get the a good multiple early on, or just get the shot now and try and wait for a better opportunity for a multiple later? They need a few of them.
Yeah, I don't think it really changes anything, Jace. You just got to build heads, and what we said before, build the heads and then let you skip. Play the shot if it presents itself. So Cal just cooling, trying to arrive, trying to sit a bowl, get that orange bowl up into the head.
Just miss her own to sit those Warilla bowls on the left side of Jack is the call. If she lifts her own onto the Jack, there'll be chances later on.
It's an extremely difficult shot. Carl showed her the weight where he'd like her to play to. The bowler's not going to finish there, but
She looks a bit wide, guys.
she's left this high.
They get to a spot to help Carl later on if it can match up with this orange even. Oh, catches out on the wider ones.
There's a little number there, but getting the Jack there's the problem, isn't it?
Well, there is a shot on the forehand through the orange. If he is wide, he can get an angle off the Warilla bowl back to the Jack for Carl Healy. So Warilla just need another bowl in the area, sort of covering these bowls, getting out somewhere near them. I think Des has pushed this really wide.
Yeah, Aaron asked him to get down to this corner.
Down there, fair enough too. Yeah, he's
He
two
wanted
or
a
three down
fraction
there.
more weight, but pretty good. If anything rattles and stays inside on that side of the green now.
Yeah, so there's a bit of an angle off the Chris. I think it's the Chris Rosane's bowl,
Yep.
Lee, isn't it?
Yes,
yeah,
next
so
to the
just-
orange.
just
Yeah, right where
indicated.
Carl's indicated.
Yep.
Thanks, Carl.
Yep. So even if they push the orange up through to sit a bowl, the orange can grab a piece of the Jack as well. But I think that's the one. He just pointed at it. That's the bowl. He wants to get off the inside edge of that, back to the Jack.
Let's get the Jack directly to the right-hand side. Those three bowls grouped together, Jack high. I know the sun is potentially making things slightly difficult for you watching on at home, but those three immediately right all belong to Cabramatta.
Jace, that pep talk, Craig Roberts this morning, he's got a front toucher on the Jack over there for Warilla.
It's all right, the invoice is in the mail, Craig.
So with that, Cabramatta got their second. Mick Phillips running to try and open this head up. It's no good the way it is.
Tell you what, there's a lot of motivation amongst the Warilla crew. I don't think they enjoyed their... Like any club, you'd never enjoy a loss, do you? They've got themselves, they've rallied together, they understand it's the last real big club event, I guess, in a sense, for Corey Wedlock, well known. So they want to send him out a winner. He wants to send his club out a winner as well.
Obviously, they've never won this event. They're
That's right.
runner-up season 1, runner-up season 2. I did jokingly say, and I think Aaron alluded to it in his pre-match interview, that we can't come runner-up unless we win this game this morning.
They're on the three-peat.
See how things play out. I think they need to, Karen just said it perfectly. Took the words out of what we're going to say. Just try and move something here with bowl number 1. Get things going.
Well, Jay Brewster's going big on the far rink. He's hit something, but Jack has gone straight, directly backwards.
And so has the Warilla bowl, Jace.
Yep. Wasn't too much cheering about that hit over there from Cabramatta, so they obviously didn't get the result they wanted. Gonna start seeing some manufactured shots here.
Does the Jack move? Oh, got the outside of that bowl. I wondered if it was going to kick onto the Jack anyway.
Has he opened up a path for him to get that Jack across now?
100% he has.
Yeah.
100%.
So not all bad.
Even get off his own bowl now. He'll nearly go at right angles to get back to that Jack. So Aaron tees.
And look, hard shot here, but I think it's nearly one of them shots that's a must-get shot here for Carl if Cabramatta are going to try and grab this master board. Or are they looking at going bigger and trying to get a better setup? Let's kill it and go again.
Yeah, well, I think he's trying to have a look to see what's going to play out on the other rink. But, I think they're 2 or 3 down.
Two I just
Two
saw.
down over there, yeah.
Well, Yeah, one of those bowls must be Jimmy's, I'd imagine.
I just think this is an opportunity to make a number.
It is.
So, as opposed to try and kill the end, I think they have to try and make the number.
Teasy's still got a bowl to come too. So.
He has, yeah.
They're trying to take 4 bowls out in one. This attempt. 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗟𝗠𝗡𝗔𝗥𝗬 as the crowd goes silent, anticipating what may happen next.
Big.
Oh, look wide out of the hand.
I think he missed
Come out well. His hands on his head. He's not happy with himself. So
Missed it there, I think, for
this might
Aaron.
nearly be
Just
put in his pocket.
oh, this would be a draw attempt if he's one down, which I believe.
Is he one down? Is he?
I think they
he's
are.
one down, yeah.
Yep. So he'll be trying to draw the barest of touches.
If he gets a tiny touch, he could make 3, couldn't he?
Hasn't given up on it yet.
He's not going to get back
Just wide.
there. Look at his weight. Oh.
One there to Cabramatta, so they had to win the end. Probably not quite as many as they really wanted, but important that they didn't let Warilla score again. I think if Cabramatta's winning this game,
Yeah.
Warilla needs to finish on 54. So 2 ends remaining here. 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗟𝗡 playing his 21st end against Gary Kelly with the jack and the ditch on the other rink.
I don't think he's made it either. I think he's still one down.
Luke Jones very confidently one up, indicated. So
Jessie looks like she's not having a great time with the flies, similar to what we are. We are here. Got to be a hometown tactic. I reckon they'll go away for the final when the Jets are on.
they might be used to them. They probably brought them in. Hey,
Let's keep it for the last day of the year.
yeah.
I'll turn the sprinklers on and clear them out. Hey?
Chris Rosan's, well, he has done this all game. He has played very solidly. He hasn't drawn the absolute, or he's just finished in great areas.
Yeah.
Really set a great platform for this rink he has today.
𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗟𝗡 has delivered his final bowl. You see top left of screen. Appeared to be 2 down, trying to draw to the ditch for shot. Only a few seconds left of running in that bowl to see
Tell you what,
what happens.
he's got a rub off of it and gone up. Did he draw it? Finger up. Looks
Yes.
like one to Cabra, so slight hope. The hopes are still alive, but that multiple is very much needed.
Okay, so 2 ends left to play. Gents, they are both on this rink we are covering. 7 the difference. Any score here for Warilla almost renders it impossible. If they get a multiple, the game will end. Cabramatta, they need 2 consecutive multiples. You would think to give themselves a chance. You don't really want to chase any number, Gary, but are you trying to get probably within 4 going into the last end? At a minimum here?
Well, yeah, I think realistically, I think you need a minimum of that, don't you? I think. I'm not sure how many 4s we've had in this game, but they're few and far between. Maybe 1.
There's been 2, but
2?
unfortunately
Yeah.
for Cabramatta, they've both
They've
been for
against them.
Warilla.
Yeah. So, then they're going to need a solid number.
goal.
They're going to need a solid number, and the way these two boys have started and the way they've played the whole game, Chris Rosanes and Corey Thompson have been outstanding.
Seven the difference. Other difficulty is 𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗟𝗡 would have last bowl on both remaining ends as Ben just sails through in behind and No real obvious grouping of bowls, and that first bowl of Corey Thompson's almost touched the jack in behind the shorter Moorthorpe bowl to skewer for any potential drive later on as well.
Yeah, good call. Close again.
Corey Thompson,
Shoot,
well
Corey
played.
Thompson, very good.
Touch it, Jack? Didn't touch it.
$54.47. You see that last one of Corey Thompson's just missed the jack.
Still don't see much on here for Cabramatta at this stage. You'll see Karen will be giving her bowl a chance at the very minimum here.
They're trying to swing the jack out, I think, off this bowl. Move the orange one can help for later in the end.
Through the orange is good.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good second prize. Wiggle down the back of the rink, I think.
Yeah, we really just need best back now. Don't think they need to worry about anything else.
They're not going to lose much of a score where the jack currently is, even with 3 fantastic Cabramatta bowls. So trying to keep this one on deck. I fear it is sailing through in that attempt. Well, hit an obstruction and landed perfectly. No, off Aaron's foot. It was going into the ditch. So Karen with a chance. Any jack movement, a metre or 2 deeper than what it is, opens up some opportunities.
So solid jack in the belly, straight into the ditch or out of bounds.
How's she looking, guys?
Just outside. What happens from here? She doesn't want to keep this one in. Well, unfortunately, probably Warilla bowl got into a catching position. Probably still only one Warilla bowl down there, so I think they need another.
Yeah, Karen Murphy just needs to get this Karen Murphy bowl now. Draw a shot right on Karen Murphy's bowl there. Anywhere near it, cuts away all that danger.
He wants us to slow down now, though. Just sailing on through as well.
2 big opportunities there to close this game out. They just need to pray now that Carl Healy doesn't play a bomb, and Cabramatta need to pray that he does.
One opportunity, I guess. You know, if he goes pretty firm at this, he might be able to jump the jack over those bowls into the ditch where they have a few. Also gives him the opportunity to get it out of bounds either way. Don't see much else, Gary, unless he tries to get it perfect, almost down to where the logos are, bottom right of screen. Aaron just has a little rest and wait to see what he'll be left with.
Yeah, sort of like Lee, if he plays the forehand to sink the jack perfectly into the corner pocket down here, the right hand, bottom right of your screen. And if it does go out of bounds, well, it goes out of bounds. But if he does happen to pot it over in that corner, that'd be really hard for Aaron Tees to get to. So, like the difficulty of this shot, if he does, I think he's on the forehand, so he might be playing it. It's a very hard shot. He sort of needs, he can't play that like solid weight. He has to wait for his bowl to swing under the Warilla bowl, but enough to put the jack in the corner pocket.
He's looking intently. It's not going to quite get.
Does he sit this one and stay to help? Well,
He stays
he's going
Stays
to
up
go
now,
through
is
now,
he?
I think. Didn't quite get solid enough either way. So
Can still make a 4 or a 5, so Teesy needs to get down, cover this.
bottom right-hand corner of screen for Aaron Tees, down towards those logos is his aim. And if he can pull up, he has done what he wanted.
Carl doesn't get this, it's game.
Can run on here. Does he stop in front? No, he doesn't. Oh, he's going kill now, gents. Just step forward just to test his eyesight with that sun. And he's missed, folks. So
that's game over.
That'll wrap things up, and gents of his two, players start to shake hands. So Warilla Gorillas make their way into the grand final, and firstly to you, Gary, a close game, but Warilla just had that masterboard lead for what seemed like all of that game and didn't quite let Cabramatta back into it.
No, I think we said it right at the start of the match. If their engine room could get the job done, they'd be hard to beat, and they did that, and hats off to them because they played outstandingly well, particularly on this TV rink. Chris Rosanes and 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗅𝗡 were absolutely outstanding. So all 8 players were really good. It was a fantastic match to watch, but across the green, Warilla just too good and deserved the win.
And for you, Jace, pretty good season for the Bullants. I know they'll go away disappointed today, but started the weekend in 4th place. Won 2 elimination battles yesterday, but just couldn't quite get over the line here this afternoon against Warilla.
No, that's right. Cabramatta, they hold themselves in high esteem, and that they come here to win this event, obviously, every single year. So, yeah, they'll be a bit disappointed, but they'll have a look at their season, and quite successful season. Obviously, again, they've got a good core group of players there to build on, move forward to 2027. But now they can just sit back and relax, enjoy the feats of their season, and I'm looking forward to this grand final now.
Absolutely. So, viewers, we'll be back in a little over 60 minutes' time with our grand final. We will see the Warilla Gorillas taking on the Raymond Terrace Jets, and what a matchup we have in store for you in that final game. It will be Corey Wedlock for Warilla Gorillas taking on Lee Schreiner for the Raymond Terrace Jets.
Game.
So, as I said, just over 60 minutes from now, viewers, come back and join us here on the Bowls New South Wales YouTube page. Thank you for your participation, comments, like and subscribe, follow along, and we'll be back in the not too distant future with the conclusion of Season 3 and this thrilling grand final matchup.
Go,